And we are live. Man, what's going on, everybody? It is S.E.T. Key Media back in the house, man, for another night of content. Tuesday night, man. Hope everybody's doing all right, man. We got an interesting night ahead of us, man. We're going to start off talking about the situation in Seoul, South Korea. Their president declared martial law. I got a short video detailing that. Let's get into that. We got some more videos following up. But as always, man, like the video before we get into this content, man. Show some support to your boy. Double tap that screen, man. Let's get right into it.
A late night address, cheers erupted in Seoul just over an hour ago after he caved to pressure from within his own party and lifted the martial law decree. Martial law in South Korea means all political activities and protests are immediately outlawed. It also means the banning of, quote, fake news and, quote, manipulating public opinion. In the surprise speech, conservative President Yoon accused the liberal opposition party of trying to, quote, overthrow the free democracy. And he suggested his rivals are aligned.
And just to give you guys some quick notes on the situation. So, yes, South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol has announced martial law, or did announce martial law. The decision was shortly after that overturned by Parliament in South Korea. So he said the decision was to crush anti-state forces that have been wreaking havoc in the South Korean government. So that's why he cited he had turned the situation into martial law, or declared martial law, excuse me. Immediately after the situation or the martial law was announced, protests by citizens and politicians took place. Shortly after the declaration of the decision, South Korean parliament voted down the measure, ruled it invalid. And the South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol is a conservative, respectively, in South Korea. And he is surrounded by liberal opposition, guys. So he faces a lot of criticism. He faces a lot of opposition when he is trying to pass laws and do things in government. So a lot of times he has a hard time. They say the move was made as he felt like he was under siege. There has been a lot of scandals and a lot of corruption accusations following the man. He has a low approval rating, almost hovering around 17% for the past few years. The corruption scandals range from his first lady receiving a Dior bag to stock manipulation and some other things that have went on as well. Even as far as they had forced him last month to make a public apology on the mishandling of the situation with the first lady. So a lot of backstory following Yoon Suk Yeol. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. A lot of corruption accusations. And the man has been under a microscope from his opposing government and political rivals.
With North Korean communists. Right after Yoon's address, crowds swelled outside the parliament in Seoul. Security forces broke windows to enter the parliament as lawmakers rushed to get inside and strike down that decree, one that has not been instituted in 40 years. Now the White House, President Biden, on edge, caught by surprise by what's going on in this key ally. The United States' biggest international military base, with more than 40,000 Americans, is located in South Korea, of course, and that serves as a critical deterrent to the rogue regime of North Korea. Let's go right to CNN's Mike Valerio in Seoul. Mike, now that the order's been lifted, what happens?
Well, we're waiting to hear from President Yoon Suk Yeol, a conservative politician known in South Korea for years, a strong prosecutor who takes a hard line against North Korea. We're waiting to see what he says to the country, Jake, why he took us down this road, and what he can say to justify why he instituted martial law for the first time since 1980. Now, to set the scene, the tableau, we're just a couple of yards away from the National Assembly, the heart of government here in Seoul, where most of this saga went down after the president's announcement. Over my right-hand shoulder, we have a banner that says "Now impeach Yoon Suk Yeol" in Korean. And then after we zoom in and show you that banner.
Hey, shout out Big Wave Dave. Always keeping me honest, bro. Appreciate it. He said, Key, fix the goddamn video, bro. He said, we just see your big ugly mug, man. We can't see what's going on. Nah, but yeah, I'll rewind it for you guys. This is the first 30 seconds. But if you didn't catch what I was saying, so martial law was declared in South Korea. The president's name is Yoon Suk Yeol. He's a conservative, respectively, in South Korea. He faces a lot of opposition from his liberal counterparts. And the move was made out of, they say, desperation. He was trying to regain power and authority, influence. and it was shortly overturned by South Korean parliament, like pretty much right after the decision. It only remained intact for a few hours.
Cree, one that has not been instituted in 40 years. Now, Seoul security forces broke windows. Cheers erupted in Seoul just over an hour ago after pressure from within his own party and lifted the martial law decree. Martial law in South Korea means all political activities and protests are immediately outlawed. It also means the banning of, quote, fake news and, quote, manipulating public opinion.
Shit, we got the mods in here.
Right after hypocrisy.
We got the mods in here, man. What's up, guest dude? Jazz work from home. James, Big Wave Dave. Yes, sir, man. Appreciate y'all. Good to see y'all in here nice and early. Guest dude, yep. Keep firing up in the Discord. Appreciate you, Big Wave Dave, for letting me know that. James Foley, man, you're hilarious for that.
And he suggested his rivals are aligned with North Korean communists. Right after Yoon's address, crowds swelled outside the parliament in Seoul. Security forces broke windows to enter the parliament as lawmakers rushed to get inside.
Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says he's dying from the name. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Yoon Suk Yeol. Yoon Suk Yeol. That is the man's name.
And strike down that decree, one that has not been instituted in 40 years. Now the White House, President Biden, on edge, caught by surprise by what's going on in this key ally. The United States' biggest international military base with more than 40,000 Americans is located in South Korea, of course, and that serves as a critical deterrent to the rogue regime of North Korea. Let's go right to CNN's Mike Valerio in Seoul. Mike, now that the order's been lifted, what happens?
Well, we're waiting to hear from President Yoon Suk-yeol, a conservative politician known in South Korea for years, a strong prosecutor who takes a hard line against North Korea.
Yo.
We're waiting to see what he says to the country, Jake, why he took us down this road, and what he can say to justify why he instituted.
Yo, I'm weak. Shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $10. He says he's ready to pick on anyone. F with me, I dare you. That man's been on a rampage. I read some of the comments he was dropping earlier in the Discord. Y'all, he's fired up. I don't know what Big Wave Dave, who put whatever in his coffee, but bro, he's on 10 today. So any haters, any disagreeers, any liberals, front of the chat, man. Big Wave Dave would like a word or two.
Instituted martial law for the first time since 1980.
Now, to
set the scene, the tableau, we're just a couple yards away from the National Assembly, the heart of government here in Seoul, where most of this saga went down after the president's announcement. Over my right-hand shoulder, we have a banner that says "Now impeach Yoon Suk-yeol" in Korean. And then after we zoom in and show you that banner, let's come over to my left, and you can see well before sunrise, Jake, we still have people, grandmas, kids, students, canceling work, canceling school, staying here in freezing temperatures, not going anywhere until President Yoon steps down. Bringing it back to America, Jake, as you mentioned, crucial for stability here in this country, where we have 28,500 service members. It grows well over that number if you include the military families and civilian personnel at Camp Humphreys, about 60 miles away, a 1-hour drive from North Korea, the United States' biggest military base overseas. This all happened, President Yoon saying that he was trying to fight North Korean and anti-state forces inside South Korea, but be it a grandma or member of the political class or reporters here, when we all watched that speech, we kind of said in a collective moment, Jake, what does he mean? Very few shreds of evidence given to why he declared martial law.
It sounded like that boy was over there in South Korea trying to fight the deep state, like the intelligence agencies. God damn, like what opposing forces was he talking about? And again, he is a conservative, mainly surrounded by liberals in the government, but how he made it seem, how it was interpreted, it made it seem like he was fighting demons, like secret entities, and he had to do what he had to do, apparently.
It seems as though most of the military presence that lined the street but
just to be honest, like his approval rating, like I said, was already hovering at 17%, well below where you would like it. So again, liberal opposition that he's mainly surrounded by in the government, he's probably on his way out, guys. Probably seeing his last few days as the president.
Vanished. When we first got here, there were 2 green Humvees that were parked right in front of the National Assembly building. they've moved out. A whole cadre of police officers have also moved out. So now it's the question, how long is this guy going to stay in office? Will this president be impeached, a key U.S. ally? And where does this key democracy in Asia go from here, Jake?
All right, Mike Valeria in Seoul, South Korea. Thanks so much. The declaration in South Korea came as a complete surprise to much of the world, including the United States. CNN's Arlette Saenz is traveling with President Biden. And Arlette, from the brief statements, it does not sound as though anyone in Biden's orbit knew anything like this would unfold in South Korea today.
No, Jake, this really came as a complete surprise to President Biden and officials across the federal government. A National Security Council spokesperson said that the U.S. did not receive any advance notification of President Yoon's declaration of martial law, and officials across the government spent the days really scrambling, trying to figure out what exactly had happened here. Now, the U.S. government has been in touch with the South Korean.
Hey, and shout out Big Wave Dave, man, supporting the stream early, man. We appreciate it, Dave. He says, like the video. Hold on, let me get your Don DeMarco, bro. We appreciate that. Yes, sir, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, like the video. Let's get the trolls to realize this is playing. Oh, and shout out Guest Dude as well. He says, Korean conservative doesn't necessarily equal an American conservative. He stopped peace talks with North Korea and has been pulling some shady stuff with Japan. Ah, okay. So that's why he's facing a lot of opposition from his liberal counterparts in the South Korean government. They said that he's been under siege and it was a move made out of desperation. He was kind of trying to regain power, authority, positioning. Shout out Guest Dude. He's been supplying some good info on the South Korean situation over there in the Discord. Y'all make sure to check out that membership program. Subscribe to the membership program for access to that Discord. Members only Discord, man. We got some fire stuff going on in there. Conversations, memes, geopolitical talk, man. Okay, yeah. Geopolitical talk is some good stuff going on over there in that Discord, man. Make sure to check out the membership program for access.
Korean government, and a State Department spokesperson this afternoon has said that the U.S. hope was that this would be resolved peacefully. But for President Biden's part, we have heard very little, almost nothing from him relating to this situation after he delivered a.
Biden just too worried about his own ass right now. He just pardoned his son. He's over here still reeling from that, hoping nobody really flashes the light on why he did it and what might he'd be trying to hide. He's trying to shade into the background. He's not really too worried about answering questions right now. But it is kind of funny how this has happened and Biden's been on mute.
Speech at the National Museum of Slavery here in Angola this afternoon, the president briefly answered a reporter's question, saying that he was about to be briefed on the situation. The White House later confirmed that the president was briefed as he took his motorcade from that speech site to his hotel. But beyond that, we have yet to hear from President Biden. It does come, as Mike was noting, the U.S. considers South Korea to be such a crucial ally. President Biden himself has spent a lot of time fostering that relationship, including directly with President Yoon. So it kind of highlights the tricky situation that the White House has been here throughout the course of the day. But it is a curious decision from the White House to not have President Biden comment in any way, especially when he has staked so much of his presidency on the need to preserve and protect democracy and democratic institutions at home and abroad.
All right, Arlette, thank you so much. Let's bring in a few more voices. Ken Choi is with us. He's the deputy managing editor for The Chosen.
Shout out Big Wave Dave, $2 more. He says, cough, Zelensky, cough. Yeah, pretty much, bro. Yeah, and shout out Guest Dude as well, $5. Moon, the last president was a liberal that was working with Trump to end the Korean War. He was the one that met with Kim at the DMZ with Trump. Okay. All right. Shout out a little bit more background knowledge on the situation in South Korea. Yeah, I do know about the relationship that was kind of built between Trump and the last president. So we kind of have a storied history with South Korea. And as they just said in the CNN video, Biden spent the duration of his campaign. I'm sorry, his presidency, the duration of his presidency, building up a relationship with the South Korean president, Yoon Suk-yeol.
A daily newspaper in South Korea. Ken, it's just after 6 a.m. where you are. Many Koreans are just waking up to all this. Do you think the dramatic scenes might spawn even more protests throughout the day?
I think, yeah, there will probably some protests, but the city is waking up. Everything is just going as normal. I just looked out the window and the traffic is, the same as yesterday. So I think, the daily lives will go on, but after, President Yoon made such a shocking, declaration, I think he will have to face some very, very heavy political burden and some explanation, because I don't think this is going to just go away.
And Ken, the president there is obviously extremely unpopular. He claimed that he declared martial law to somehow rein in power, but how? What did he gain from this move today?
Well, basically nothing. A lot of people are scratching their heads and questioning why did he really do it. I don't think.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, $2 more. No more elections unless you help us. All right. And Big Wave Dave, another $2. Supporting democracy, my ass. Let them have at it. Yeah. Yeah, bro. It's a hairy situation. Their martial law seems to be a little bit more stringent. Like they said, all power was sieged. The government took control of the media, some crazy stuff. And I know our martial law ain't sugar, spice, and everything nice, but something about that South Korean martial law seemed like it was hitting a little bit different, a little bit harsher. So let them have at it. But man, that's pretty much stripping all the rights away from the citizens, to be honest. They wouldn't have any rights over there with that martial law if it was to stand.
I think there's any,
that's why they were so quick to protest it. Matter of fact, you had again, liberal politicians who called for citizens to show up at Parliament and protest the decision. Like it was that serious, guys. It happened late Tuesday night. It's Wednesday over there now in South Korea. Keep in mind the difference of time zones. It's already been reversed. They already said this situation, or I'm sorry, said the decision was invalid. They already ruled it invalid. Shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $2 more. Not our country, not our problem. We have our own. Yeah, very true, bro. Very true. But it is kind of just interesting to kind of analyze what's going on over there and see how it maybe correlates or relates to anything we have going on. Again, this is something that apparently they weren't expecting over here in the United States. Biden had, when asked about it, said he hadn't even been briefed about the situation. So it was something that I guess caught us by surprise, technically. So, just something to think about, something to look at.
Gain for him for doing this. I don't know whether he thought he could succeed in having this martial law declared and contain the parliament. But this is Korea is like 12th largest.
Appreciate everybody tuning in. Though we just getting started on tonight's stream, man. Go ahead and like the stream, though. Double tap the screen, show your boys some support, man. Set Key Media. Y'all know how we like to do, man. Let's get some more folks in here. Let's engage, increase the conversation. Goddamn. Expand the dialogue, and let's keep it going, man. Let's have a fire stream.
Economy in the world is very advanced. Everybody's carrying mobile phones. It's almost impossible to quell anyone's freedom of speech or anyone's free political opinion. You can say this, you can say that. It's relatively very free country, and I don't think people would condone it if anyone is trying to express their political opinion. So it's a big question.
Shout out Big Wave Dave, another $2. He said Biden expects anything. He's an empty suit. I mean, honestly, bro, that's a great point, because I wouldn't really expect him to have too much to say on it, especially when, like I said, I think his focus is more so getting out of office, like getting out of office without having anybody trying to dig up his dirty skeletons out of his closet, because a lot of people are still kind of wondering why he made that decision when he said he wouldn't make that decision. If anybody was wondering what I'm referencing, Biden pardoned his son the other day, so he had spent months, almost the better part of a year, saying that he wouldn't do so. White House representatives who speak on his behalf repeated the same narrative that it wouldn't be done. They would respect whatever decision was made by a judge, by a jury of his peers, and said all that just to switch up at the last second, apparently, and pardon his son. So I think he's more so focused on that, getting out of the office without anybody trying to show a light on any of his on any of his skeletons or any of his corruption. And I don't know. It doesn't surprise me that he didn't have too much to say on it. We probably won't hear him say too much. He'll make a statement. Don't get me wrong. He'll make a statement, but yeah, we won't hear him say too much on this.
No, I think the president has to explain today or tomorrow why he did it, and all the political repercussion will be coming at him. So we have to see.
And Jay Lee is CNN's senior White House correspondent. She joins me in studio here.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, another 5. He says, okay, we are done talking about it, Key. Leave it, please. I got you, bro. We're going to transition. It's just, we're just starting it off with something informative.
And President Biden has put a lot of effort into building this relationship with this South Korean president. When President Biden made his first visit to Asia a couple years ago, South Korea was one of his first stops. He hosted this president at the White House just last year. How might this impact U.S.-Korean relations? Trump obviously taking office in 48 days.
Yeah, you're right that strengthening U.S.-ROK relations has been a huge part of President Biden's foreign policy goals, all, of course, in the context of trying to contain China's influence in the region. It's actually one of the reasons why the Biden administration has been so set on helping to improve relations between Korea and Japan, obviously two countries with a long antagonistic history. Japan ruled Korea for a number of decades. It's less that there's, I think, necessarily been such great personal chemistry between the two men, but that the president has just had a lot of occasions to be with Yoon Suk-yeol. The trip that you mentioned back in 2022, the president himself then hosted Yoon for a state visit. Last year, there was also that Camp David trilat summit between U.S., Korea, and Japanese leaders. That was unprecedented. I think given all of that, we just have to see exactly how President Biden addresses this. As Arlette said, we've barely heard anything from the White House. Is there going to be some kind of personal condemnation of Yoon? I know for a certainty that he will say in some form or fashion that the U.S.-South Korea relationship remains ironclad. He will likely say to some effect that despite what happened over the last 24 hours, that is an alliance and a relationship that is going to endure. But the reason here in the U.S. that whatever Biden says is going to be so important and closely monitored is because of what we have coming in the next couple of weeks, the transition of power from Biden to Donald Trump, somebody that he has repeatedly said is a threat to democracy. So I think in those ways, this international event hangs over sort of the local dynamics here that is coming to Washington.
Interesting. CNN's Oren Lieberman's at the Pentagon for us. Oren, the U.S. obviously.
All right, guys. And yeah, just something to keep our eyes on. Obviously, you guys can you can be sure SET and Key Media will keep you updated on this situation as it develops. But again, just something to keep your eyes on. South Korean president declaring martial law. The decision was very shortly after that overturned. But, as the power exchange happens here in America with our relationship to South Korea and their governance, it's something just to keep an eye on. But we're going to transition into the next video, guys. Here we got Charlamagne going off on the Dems after the Hunter Biden pardon. And I'll be honest, guys, the Democratic Party, even before this happened, was in chaos. You got a lot of infighting going on. You got a lot of finger pointing and name calling. As somebody who sits on this side of politics, I don't want to say it's enjoyable. I don't want to say I get some type of satisfaction from watching this, from watching their house burn down. But I will say this, for all the name calling, finger pointing, and the ill will they had sent towards us, it is kind of funny to see them going through it themselves at this point in time. But shout out Big Wave Dave, $5 more. Trolls, my balls will be on your chin tonight. Hey, yo, like I promise, I know you have been waiting for it. Chime in pansies. Yo, Big Wave Dave is on one, man. I ain't gonna lie, I want to see it happen too. If you in here and you a hater or you a disagreeer, a naysayer, whatever, man, step to the front of the chat, man. Like I said, Big Wave Dave wants to work with you. Shout out Big Wave Dave. He on one. He ain't playing.
Interviewing Joe Biden, and he said, if you don't vote, he asked him a tough question. Biden didn't like it. He said, well, you know what? If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Mm-hmm. He's like, and you saw him take a double. Excuse me? Yeah, Joe Biden when he was vice president. So since that time, he made it clear, too, that he wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden this time. And then Kamala Harris, who they've been friends with when she was a DA, or Attorney General out in Florida, California, when she went in, he went all in. No doubt about it. He also expressed chagrin when he saw Joe Biden, who he knows called Donald Trump Hitler and a fascist that would ruin the country and end all elections, shaking hands and explaining pleasantries in the White House. And now his surprise continues to grow. He's wondering, how sincere were you when you said that? And now he's wondering, too, after the pardon, do I have to rethink entirely the entire party?
Right, because Joe Biden was emphatic.
Hey, and shout out Tracy Karen, one of the members, $5. LMAO, Big Wave Dave, go get him. Yeah, facts. Hey, Big Wave Dave be on one 9 times out of 10, but I guess today he's on 12. He ain't on 10. But shout out Big Wave Dave, another 5, man. Appreciate the support, guys. My balls are cold. I need a crap-filled mouth to Dave. Yo, somebody check on this man. Like, anybody who's close to Big Wave Dave, please check on this man. Matter of fact, Big Wave Dave, you good? Like, is you cool, bro? Like, it's been Dave, dog. Oh my goodness.
He was not going to pardon Hunter Biden, his son. We all knew he was gonna. Charlamagne knew he would, but nonetheless, he had a great soundbite yesterday. Charlamagne did, and we're going to play it for you, about how essentially Joe Biden has blown up his own party. Democrats can't say you're the ethical party anymore after what Joe did to all of us.
I told you.
Hunter was singled out because he broke the law. He was singled out because he had an illegal gun and tax evasion charges, not because he was the president's son. And I just want Democrats to stop acting like they are on this moral high ground politically when they have shown us they're not, whether it's skipping the primary process when Biden stepped down and things like Biden pardoning his son. Stop acting like y'all the pure party and Republicans aren't. And it also shows me elected officials can do whatever they want as long as they have the political will and courage to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if he was convinced he was going to.
And that's exactly what I said. Due process goes out the door. Obviously the law respect for the law goes out the door. When you have the political prowess, when you have the power, the influence, like when you're the president of the United States, I mean, I guess it's implied you got power. I guess it's implied you can do whatever. But when you go and in fact do whatever, you pardon your son, you supersede any judicial process, you give him a 10-year pardon that covers things we know about and things we don't know about. Yeah, it is kind of just a slap in the face to the rest of us. Like, wow, so it's laws for thee, but not laws for me, or, however you want to word that. So it is kind of funny. Like, and again, for somebody who's a healthy skeptic, it just further proves like, oh, wow, I guess people in government do kind of do what they want. It isn't about necessarily following the law. If you got the money, if you got the influence, and if you got the power, so be it. You can do as you please. And that's really what this exemplifies right here. Joe Biden just told us all, you ain't the big dog like I am. You can't pardon your son from felons or from felonies. You ain't as big of a dog as you thought you was.
Going to pardon him because Joe Biden kept saying, obviously, over and over again, he's not going to pardon him.
I think the bottom line is that they ran an entire election based on norms, and that Donald Trump was going to destroy all type of norms. If you got him back in office, then democracy was at peril, and that he was going to overturn the Department of Justice. And to run your campaign on saving democracy and protecting the Department of Justice, and to now have the sitting president not only pardon his son from criminal activity that many people argue that he's linked to, but then to double down and say that the Department of Justice is a political arm as well, his Department of Justice. I mean, he's using Donald Trump's talking points after campaigning against Donald Trump's talking points. And I think that.
And shout out Guest Due, $5 more. His pardon just so happens to cover him for when he was dealing in Ukraine. Yes, the pardon starts in 2014 when Hunter Biden was appointed as I forget what his exact title name, but he was appointed to a Ukrainian energy company, the board of a Ukrainian energy company, just out of his relationship with his father. No merit, no accomplishments, no qualifications really. Just, my dad's the president of the United States. He had some dealings over here. He's made some connections. So bada boom, bada bing. I'm a Nepo baby, and now I'm making 11 mil. But anyways, how many Russians and Ukrainians have blood on their hands? Quite a few. We went over a short little documentary last night, and the whole situation is shrouded in corruption and secrecy, and a lot of stuff is going to come out over the coming years. And the blank slate pardon that Biden applied to his son is probably not only going to save his son's ass, but anything that leads back to his father's ass. So it is kind of funny to think that, yeah, again, just when you have the political power and the positioning and you're at a certain level, there's no one above you. There is no one checking your power, because Biden just showed that. He just exemplified that exact idea. Like, look, I know we got a judicial process. I know we have checks and balances. I know we have a court system. But look, when you're the president of the United States, you make pardons for your crackhead son. That's just what you do. So I guess, man, it is just kind of funny. It's disrespectful, honestly, to citizens that have to apply by the law, have to abide by the rules. But again, when you just have a certain level of power, that's not for you, I guess.
That's what Charlamagne is pointing to. Now, don't get me wrong. Charlamagne is a progressive. He's going to be Team Democrat throughout the election. But once the election is over, or before the election, then you'll see him criticize the party.
The sickest part, honestly, about that Hunter Biden story, the most despicable part about that story is how he fornicated with his deceased brother's widow, got her addicted to drugs, and had like a sexual escapade with her. Like that's honestly the most egregious, despicable, sickening, stomach turning part about the story, honestly. Bro, you got your own problems, you got your own battles with addiction, but to bring your issues over to your deceased brother's wife when she was already mourning, when she was in a place of vulnerability, that it's honestly disgusting. And shout out guest dude, $2 more. Yo, I see Dave wilding in the chat. Oh man, Dave. Hey, shout out guest dude though, $2. At least the nukes will be equal opportunity. Equal opportunity nukes is crazy. Oh my goodness. God damn. I hope not, bro. Shit. If those nukes is equal opportunity, that means we all get them. We all get hit. Shit.
And tell them things they need to check themselves on.
Well, I think what we heard from Democrats the entire election, one of the reasons I think Donald Trump did so well, is because they told us how much we should hate Donald Trump and how what Donald Trump was saying was completely false, that the DOJ was not being weaponized for political reasons, and that how could you say that you're against women's bodies? No, women love women's bodies, men love women's bodies, but we also love babies, and many of those babies are in these women's bodies. So we were tired of being told you're wrong, and that's what I think he means with the moral high ground. Y'all are so much, y'all are garbage, y'all are deplorables, y'all shop at Walmart, you don't understand what it's like to live in New York, what it's like to live in.
Y'all are uneducated, y'all are intolerant, y'all are bigots. Like, conservatives or Republicans, or honestly, even if you didn't identify as a conservative or a Republican, but you just voted for Donald Trump, you had all type of labels placed on you. There was a bad connotation placed on anybody who voted for Trump. It's still to this point. You got people who are posting videos on the internet talking about you guys are what's wrong with America because you voted for Trump. You're what's wrong with America. So yeah, at a certain point in time, I can't appreciate Charlamagne's message. Cut out the moral high ground. Like, look, you guys lost, and it's not because over half of Americans didn't see it y'all's way. There's a problem with y'all's policy. There's a problem with y'all's ideology. Y'all got to cut this shit out over here trying to villainize people for voting for Donald Trump. It's not them. It's y'all. Like, get off the high horse. Like, y'all have an issue, and the issue is coming from within. Y'all went too radical with some of this shit. When you got Charlamagne, who is vote blue no matter who, if you followed his career, he is literally a lifelong Democrat. A lot of people are. But you got Charlamagne who's coming out and saying, like, look, y'all got to cut some of this shit out. It's not them, it's y'all. Y'all went too far or something. And when you got him saying that, it really just goes to show that even prominent Democrats are not scared to admit it. Like, some of this shit that we've adapted as the Democratic Party is just a little bit too far.
In California, no, most people are proud of the fact that they don't love to live in New York or California. I think that America got tired of hearing the Democrats and
Dave.
Oprah and all the people at the DNC telling us how much they hate Donald Trump. We heard Donald Trump's name probably just as much as Kamala's at the DNC.
Right, but to Charlamagne's point, he was talking about how Democrats have been talking about, we've got the moral high ground. We got it, until Joe screwed it all up. There's an op-ed in the New York Times today, of all places. Here's the last line of it, and it regards the 11th hour pardon of his son. The New York Times writes, "What a degrading finale for Biden's feeble, forgettable, frequently foolish presidency." Well, that's the New York Times.
But here's the deal: they're still sticking with it. I was watching a clip of The View yesterday, and Alyssa Fair, who maybe she.
Hey, and shout out, we got almost 200 of y'all in here, man. We appreciate the support to tonight's stream, man. S.E.T. Key Media, y'all know how we like to do, man. And if you're new here to the channel, go ahead and drop a like and a subscription, man, so you don't miss out. Double tap that screen for your boy, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. We appreciate all support. Let's keep this thing going, but like the video. Let's get some more people in on here. Let's expand the conversation, and let's push the video in the algorithm, guys.
She wants to be a Republican again. Was criticizing the Democrats now and saying, look, he lied.
Yeah,
Biden lied. And Whoopi looks at her in response to her and goes, be careful with that word lie. I mean, what? What are we supposed to call it?
He changed his mind.
Let's just be careful with this.
This is,
you know,
that is why I watch the Faulkner Focus.
Right,
Again,
smart.
I'm going to just say I have something profound to say, and I think it's going to be really important, and I owe you. Here it is.
Yes.
For the longest time, everyone said, what's going to happen to the Republican Party when Donald Trump's gone? It's all about Donald Trump. And I think that the Republican Party said to themselves, yeah, at one point, yeah, you're right. Instead, the party has a bunch of people that want to continue what Donald Trump's doing. The real problem is the Democrats. Democrats, what are you going to do when your whole party is based on fighting Donald Trump? And you lose.
Yeah.
And you lose on ideas, and you lose with demographics, and you lose in the battleground states, and he gains in 49 of 50 states.
Y'all go ahead and check out our sponsor, man. Shout out WAI. Go ahead and sign up for the service, man. I've posted the link in the chat, guys. Real easy service to sign yourself up for. Really useful service to sign yourself up for. Go ahead and do yourself and your family a favor. Take charge of your credit. Sign up for the service. Fix your credit with AI. They also offer credit monitoring. It's a free service, guys. Again, do yourself a favor. Take charge of your credit before the year closes out. Shout out Dovely, guys.
Even in urban areas. And everything that you've been saying has been disproven and unheard by the uneducated masses. So Democrats, ironically, will have a harder time getting over Trump than Republicans. And that's why I believe other networks are trying to give Trump a chance, because they tried not giving a chance, and the only thing they lost was viewers.
Yeah.
The Democrat brand is broken right now. They've got to figure out something new and exciting, because right now,
yeah, something new and exciting for sure. Whether it be a new spokesman, whether it be a new top dog, it's definitely not going to be Kamala come 2028. I think she's already shot herself, like, pretty much out of the running, for a multitude of reasons. But yeah, they have to find a new spark. They have to find some life. There's a lot of infighting going on right now. And like I said, it might be entertaining from this end of the political spectrum to watch. But as far as just parity, competition, yeah, they're gonna have to step it up come 2028, because the Republicans are on a roll right now. I ain't gonna lie, the conservatives are on a roll. They won Senate, they won the House. President Donald Trump won the popular vote, the electoral vote. Like, they are on a run right now. So the Democrats, they got to spice it up somehow, some way. They don't know what they got to do, but they got to spice it up. And shout out Big Wave Dave, man, $10. No one really cares about the pardon. Biden is just looking out for himself. Yes, sir. Really his last name, his family last name. But we all get it. We get both sides of it. It's done, and it is what it is. Yeah, facts, bro. This is just going to be the talk of the media circuit for a better part of a week or so. I mean, you got to think, though. The man did lie to everybody in their face. Like, anytime he was asked about it, his answer was an unequivocal no. I won't do it. I'm not going to pardon him. I'm going to respect whatever decision is made by the judge and the jury. But what did he do? So I get the outrage. I get why people are talking about it, because it is a bold-faced lie that he told. But shout out Big Wave Dave, $8,200. No more verbal for the sponsorship. Dave, man, he hates that sponsorship, dog. Oh, man, shout out Dave, man. We appreciate that, bro. Appreciate it, man. I posted the link though, you guys. If you want to check out Dovely, make sure to go ahead and check that out. Free service, guys. Free service, man. You can't beat it. But shout out Dave, though. We do appreciate you, Dave.
Now, the shiny thing is Donald Trump. He's already arranged a brand new cabinet. He's ready to go on day one, already getting some results from his threats with tariffs and whatnot. So the Democrats, they're in a hole right now. And Joe Biden made the hole a little deeper.
Right. I thought my comments were so profound we might even go to break.
Right.
And I thought there'd be silence. And you guys would be like, I can't.
Brian,
Could I overrule you and go to Ainsley?
Right, let's go.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, another $5, guys. We know in Binder KGP lied as well. Who gives a ish? Bro, all they do is lie. All politicians do is lie. It just isn't as egregious, I would say. Like, even if you want to go a little bit deeper or analyze a little bit more strenuously and say, okay, well, Biden isn't the only one to have a controversial pardon. There's been presidents pardon family members as well. Trump pardoned a family member. He pardoned an in-law. I've heard the arguments, guys. I have a computer. I have a phone. I'm on the internet. I've seen both sides, right? But I think what has people so outraged, what has people looking at the situation like, this is different, this is unprecedented, is the fact that he was asked point blank multiple times, will you do it? Will you do it? Will you do it? And multiple times said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pardon my son. I'm going to respect the decision the court makes. And he ultimately did it. I don't think I know that's what the outrage is. Personally, I'm speaking for myself, and I think I can speak for a lot of other people when I say it's just the egregious lie that was told and the implications of, wow, these people in government just do what they want then. But shout out Big Wave Dave 82, another $2 key, but we know what they do. Yeah, bro, I get it, bro. It's just for me as somebody who, like I said, is just already skeptical, already has a general distrust of politicians and what they tell us versus what they do for us. It just kind of just furthers that divide of anybody, the conspiracy theorists, as they coin us, as they've turned us. It just kind of furthers that divide. Like, damn, see, I told y'all we couldn't trust them. That's just kind of where we're at right now with it.
Well, hold on a second. We will say they were really profound.
Yes.
For another $100.
All right. What about 50?
We're gonna be filthy rich at the end of the show.
I never have cash.
Right.
Okay. See,
that's
we were betting on air. What the hell?
I'll take that.
Steve,
Live
go ahead,
betting?
say it.
That was perfect.
Hell no. Fox News over here getting real. All right, and shout out, man. We got a interesting video by Candace Owens today. We're gonna get right into it, guys. The CIA whistleblower has returned. Really informative, really intelligent guy. Came out here dropping some gems, some diamonds, really. We're gonna reboot this up. I guess he's changing the topic to what's going on in the Middle East. Let's fire this right up, guys. If you haven't liked the video already, double tap that screen for your boy. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's go for 100 likes. 100 likes. So double tap that screen if you're in here. Appreciate the support, guys. Wow. In the last video, he said they targeted him and his family. Scary stuff, guys. You can't just go out and speak against the CIA and just think you're finna go untouched, unfeathered. Nobody's gonna say anything. Nobody's gonna threaten you. So very bold, very courageous guy here. Risking it all just to tell us some of the truths that go on in the background, man. So shout out. Kevin Ship is his name. Kevin Ship. Damn.
Things are looking a lot better than they were. That is for sure. Thanks for having me back.
All right, shout out, Big Wave Dave. I see it. I got it.
Tremendously successful episode.
Hey, and shout out Gerard. He's just chiming in. He says, well, he doesn't say anything. Actually, he just wanted to show some support. $5 super sticker. Appreciate that, Gerard. Yeah, I got you, Dave. I got you.
Declassified documents that I've been reading, to have someone be so forthcoming and honest about his experience in the CIA. I truly was like a kid at Disneyland. I couldn't help myself. But I promised you guys I would bring him back, and we're going to cover so many more topics. So Kevin Shipp, welcome back to Candid.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back.
Tremendously successful episode.
Good.
I think currently above 4 million views on YouTube alone.
Great.
People are really just craving truth.
Yeah.
They know the mainstream media is lying.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing your story and your journey through the CIA, also you being a whistleblower, which makes us terrified for your life.
Mm-hmm.
It really tells us that we're at a turning point, I think, in the United States.
We are. And thanks to programs like yours, and the mainstream media is no longer the propaganda arm of the CIA, is no longer in ultimate control. Now we have shows like yours and others that are getting the truth and the real news out, and people are desperate and they're thirsty for that sort of thing, because we've been lied to for so long. And I think that's why your show is doing so well, because you got the courage to put the truth out there, which I admire. And so yeah, things are looking a lot better than they were. That is for sure.
I think you had mentioned that under Obama, Project Mockingbird.
Mm-hmm.
And it does seem like more and more there is, again, more people who are kind of on this journey, this search of truth, the untold side of history, what the media doesn't cover. It just seems like the movement is ever growing, and I love to see it. As somebody who's kind of been on this search for truth for, I'll be honest, the better part of almost 15 years, guys. I'm 27 years old, about to be 28 next year. I was looking up Illuminati videos on YouTube in middle school, like why artists were throwing up the triangle over their left eye. You know, I was always into this kind of stuff. So it is refreshing to see the movement, or just people kind of looking for the truth, people kind of looking for what kind of goes on behind the scenes, what some of this subliminal messaging is, again, what the media doesn't tell us, or what the lies and what they are telling us are. It is refreshing to see this movement kind of gaining popularity.
I guess just elaborate on what you were telling me about that before.
Well, Project Mockingbird, they alleged that went away
in
1976 when George H.W. Bush,
young and informed,
by the way, was a long-time CIA operative, which he covered up. George H.W. Bush, they put him as director of the CIA intentionally, and he came out and gave a news conference when Mockingbird was busted by the Church Committee. Bush came out and did a news conference saying, well, this is an official statement. The CIA will no longer pay journalists to plant stories in papers. But then people missed the last part of his statement. From now on, it will just be voluntary. The CIA has a whole lot of ways to make something voluntary.
Let's get the likes up, guys. We got over 150 of y'all in here. We appreciate the support, but go ahead and drop a like for your boy. It's free. Double tap the screen. I'll demonstrate here. Just do one of these for your boy. Double tap the screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's increase the conversation, engage, or expand the discourse. And the best way to do that is to like the video, guys. Let's get it pushed in the algorithm. Get some more folks in on the conversation, and let's make it a fire stream. Appreciate you guys.
So it continues. It continues today. And a good example of that is the Total Information Awareness Program, where AP, UPI, Washington Post, Google, Facebook, especially Google and Facebook, signed an agreement with the CIA to censor certain information that the government didn't want out there. Literally signed off with the CIA for propaganda to the U.S. people. So it is in full swing. It never went away. Now it's just voluntary, and they have ways of making that happen.
When was that signed?
That was 1976.
Wow.
Before the cameras, and everybody missed that last part.
Actually, it was super interesting. I don't know if you saw this recently, but Jeff Bezos did something that I think required a tremendous amount of humility, or maybe these were marching orders.
And shout out guest dude. He makes a great point with that. Let me pull that up for you guys so you can see that. Hopefully you guys are liking the stream, man. If so, go ahead and drop a like for your boy. Double tap that screen, man. Shout out guest dude. He says, you're never ex-retired CIA. Active glowworm. Yeah, facts. That's why they run so so much extensive background checks on you before you get in. Like they research your whole history. They interview people you used to go to school with. They dig up everything they can find, everything you've ever done, every footprint you've ever taken, almost, because once you're in for life. Exactly. There is no retired. There is no I used to work. Nah, you're pretty much tied in for life when you get down with these intelligence agencies, the CIA specifically here. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $10. He says, Key, I'm gonna find a good video interlude. Whoa! Oh, dog. He trying to get the channel canceled. Big Wave Dave. God damn, Dave. I don't know if we can take it that far, G. Matter of fact, I know we can't take it that far. G.
From the CIA, who knows? But he essentially wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post and said, look, we're not endorsing a candidate because no one believes us anymore. We're essentially just writing to ourselves. And I thought that really represented the collapse of the mainstream media when even you have someone who owns a publication like the Washington Post saying, what are we even doing this for anymore? We're just keeping.
Obviously not no content, but even the theme song, bro, even the theme song is a little bit too racy. A little bit too racy.
Up appearances for ourselves.
Yeah. That was remarkable because the Washington Post has been the chief Mockingbird since its inception. Matter of fact, they were part of the formation the Post was with Operation Mockingbird, and they've been the CIA's mouthpiece for decades.
Mods. Play nice.
And all of a sudden this happens, and of course a bunch of Washington Post journalists and editors walked out because they're so used to puppeting the government line, they left. And that Bezos did that is remarkable. I think he sees the writing on the wall. People are tired of that. They're fed up with false news, and he's a money man, he's a businessman, and he sees that the Post is hurting. So he came out and said that, and he's got a $600 million contract with the CIA for monitoring cloud activities.
Jeff Bezos?
Bezos does, which means he probably.
Let's go back on that. He has how much? How deep is that account?
And all of a sudden this happens, and of course a bunch of Washington Post journalists and editors walked out because they're so used to puppeting the government line, they left. And that Bezos did that is remarkable. I think he sees the writing on the wall. People are tired of that. They're fed up with false news, and he's a money man, he's a businessman, and he sees that the Post is hurting. So he came out and said that, and he's got a $600 million contract with the CIA for monitoring cloud activities.
Jeff Bezos?
Bezos does, which means he probably signed a CIA secrecy agreement, which is their weapon. So that makes it even more ironic that he would come out and cut the legs off their chief Mockingbird, essentially. So yeah, that was something to watch.
Or that could be, like I said, because the CIA basically said to him, no one's reading this, no one believes it. So maybe just by writing this letter, people will then believe that what you put out next is definitely going to be not something that's from the deep state. I can't decide.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me at all either. So actually, let's speak about the Washington Post, because I graduated, got a degree in journalism. And it's so funny now for me to go back to my early journalist training at university. And they always tell you can trust CNN. They basically instill in you the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, Christiana Amanpour, like this is who you are.
Ooh, Shoto. Hold on. Shout out guest dude. Let's see here. He said $2. CIA doesn't have whistleblowers either. Expound on that. Elaborate, my friend. What exactly do you mean? Do you mean that he's again an active glowworm and he's operating on their behalf, kind of coming out and exposing a little bit? Maybe he's exposing some things that they don't mind us knowing about, while taking attention away from some of the stuff that they don't even want us researching into. That could be interpreted a few ways, my friend. Shout outs, guest dude, but elaborate on that. I care to hear your elaboration.
Want to be like, if you become a successful journalist, these are the people that tell the truth.
Oh, and shout out Big Wave Dave. He says $5. He says, okay, sent and found on your time key. No worries. I got you, bro. Go ahead and cue that up.
And of course, what we learn about is the Watergate scandal. And this is what made the Washington Post the Washington Post. Deep Throat and this person who we never knew who it was that was giving information that ultimately led to Nixon's resignation let's speak about President Nixon, because I'm starting to think a lot differently about that now.
Yes, we have an entire chapter in our book on Bob Woodward, who I consider the chief Mockingbird. When I came out with my story to blow the whistle
Fair
on what
enough.
the agency
Fair
had
enough.
done when my family was poisoned and the house was broken into and they painted chemicals on the ceiling, I contacted a reporter who was going to meetings with former agency people. And so I called him and he took the story, but he kept putting me off for 30 days. We went back and forth. And I said, are you going to publish this or not? He goes, well, what about this? And he kept asking me questions, the answer to which would be classified information, which means I could be wrapped up. So finally I said, why are you doing this? I'm not going to tell you anything classified. He goes, well, my editor, he's pressuring me to do it. And he was miserable. So that's why I'm not mentioning his name, because he was just an in-between. Well, guess who the Washington Post editor was? It was Bob Woodward. And it turns out the Washington Post went directly to the CIA and reported my contact and exactly what I told them. Turns out Bob Woodward was an intelligence community official connected to the CIA Naval Intelligence going all the way
As I
back to the
suspected.
Nixon administration. He briefed Alexander Haig with top secret briefings.
As I suspected, guest dude. I just had to hear you confirm it. But yeah, shout out guest dude, $2 more. CIA topples nation states. All leaks are approved. Don't think we're getting anything juicy. Don't think we're getting the scoop. This is information that, again, they don't mind us knowing. He's leaking. It's not even necessarily a leak. He's giving us the crumbs. He's giving us the excess, the stuff that they really, the fat that they've cut off of the real juicy stuff. This is peanuts. This doesn't really mean anything. This doesn't compromise any operations that they currently have going on. Again, this is an operation. They have people who go out in media, go out in platforms, go out on podcasts, and expose the CIA, leak this, whistleblow for the CIA. But again, shout out guest dude. There are no whistleblowers. This is stuff they don't mind us knowing. The real juicy stuff, we won't know about that for some time. Maybe, if ever. Think about it. The JFK files are still haven't been approved for public consumption, or what's the term? Haven't been declassified. Excuse me.
And he and Haig worked together as a kind of behind-the-scenes coup to get rid of Richard Nixon. Now, that may sound crazy, but we have the documentation in Twilight of the Shadow Government to prove that was a coup against Richard Nixon, and that Bob Woodward himself was involved in that. And I remember when we were on the 7th floor, when we were protecting CIA Director William Casey, Woodward would come and visit all the time. And William Casey hated the press, except for Bob Woodward. And he'd always clear him right in, and they'd go behind closed door meetings, and we were all like, what the heck? Well, it turns out Bob Woodward, with some of the information Casey gave him, publishes Veil, The Secret Wars of the CIA. And in that book,
hey, and shout out you guys. We got over 100 of you guys still in here rocking with the stream, man. We really still just getting started, guys. S.E.T Key Media, go ahead and support the stream. Double tap that screen for me. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner and support the goal. We'll open up the call-in lines. It'll be a good time. We had Don's on here last night. We had him call in. He reacted to some videos with us live. It was a good time. We'll go ahead and run that back for you guys. Support the stream. Help us reach the goal. We'll open up the call-ins. Shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $5. Key, I hope after January 20th, we get told everything. Man, with the CIA director that's coming in, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. I'm not gonna lie. I'm optimistic, bro. I really have a lot of optimism in me. I want to see how this Trump administration and the cabinet kind of go about their business. I have a lot of hope. I'll say that. Shout out guest dude, $5. Snowden leaked, quote unquote, leaked NSA secrets about us being actively being spied on by 2008 era phones. Excuse me. We still blink, and wink are with our phones. Blink and wink. Well, fuck it. Shit and wink with our phones in 2024. We still shit and wink with our phones in 2024. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, nobody really heeded his warning. I mean, and I think most people kind of already knew, like, yeah, a lot of this location and services, camera approval for, bro, you literally have to give your phone approval for them to track your location and usage amongst other apps. These are not only spy devices, but they also mine our data and our user patterns. Like everything about it is almost being observed. Nothing.
He says that he was able to get into Bill Casey's hospital room when he was terminally ill and get him to admit to his involvement in the Iran-Contra affair, which was a felony, basically. Well, that's a complete fabrication. I was one of the agents that occupied the hot seat outside of Casey's room. Woodward did try to get in, and the agents gracefully caught him and showed him the exit, and he never came back. Plus, the brain tumor had affected Casey's brain, especially the area of speech, so he couldn't even talk. So that's a complete fabrication. Woodward has concealed all of his intelligence community jobs and positions that he had going back to Alexander Haig. He's concealed all of that. He makes it look like he came into the Washington Post, and then within 6 months he gets Watergate, and he gets a direct connection to the then deputy director of the FBI, who turns out to be Deep Throat and was disgruntled and just started feeding Woodward information right off the bat. Why him? Well, everybody knew that he had a clearance and he had connections to U.S. intelligence. So we have an entire piece referenced and documented on Bob Woodward as the poster child of Mockingbird, and it goes all the way back to there.
So what you're essentially alleging then, and this is very much what I've come to understand, it makes me feel so foolish as a student to believe these almost like Hollywood production type stories. A brave journalist running to get the information out, standing up against the deep state. They are the fourth estate. It's like, no, they are the deep state.
That's right.
What you're alleging then is that what happened is a coup was executed against a duly elected president of the United States.
Yes, and I think we pretty much proved that in the book with documentation. Yeah.
And then, of course, people listening to this are going to be going, wait, but as soon as Donald Trump got into office, the first time, Bob Woodward was the guy that was writing a book about Donald Trump. And just a few days ago, Donald Trump issued a statement against Bob Woodward saying that that Bob Woodward was writing another book and lying about clearances that he never had and access to the administration that he didn't have. That would suggest to people that perhaps the state is going after Donald Trump in the same manner.
What was Woodward's most recent book, Fear? And of course, it's always negative about Donald Trump because he's a mockingbird. And the CIA specifically hates Donald Trump because he's rattling their cage. And the CIA will do anything, and I mean anything, to survive, self-perpetuate itself. So he went after Trump in his book, and he is now a well-known fabricator. I don't think you can read any of Bob Woodward's book and believe everything that's in there. Now, the one exception is Bill Casey leaked classified information. Selectively to Woodward in the book Veil, because Casey wanted that out to the American public. And that Woodward took that. What he does is he takes things and makes himself look legitimate, and then he puts a lie in there. That's his MO. And he did that in his recent book, Fear. But it's always against anyone that challenges the intelligence community or the national security state. It's always an attack on that. And of course, Donald Trump.
Yeah. It's actually really interesting because Tulsi Gabbard being announced, it seems to have rattled the cages of the deep state. And for me, the marker of that is I view Nikki Haley to be just an entire deep state clone. She's always talking about war, war, war. Let's go to war with Iran. Let's go to war with everyone. And she really came out against Tulsi Gabbard in a huge way.
Yeah.
And it was really interesting because everything she was saying sounded to me like, this makes me like Tulsi Gabbard more. She's like, Tulsi Gabbard thinks that Julian Assange should be pardoned and Edward Snowden should be pardoned. And I'm going, do you understand what you're actually saying to the American people? Is that people that reveal information about the deep state should essentially be tried and life in prison, and she calls this protecting our interests.
And Nikki's been connected to the military-industrial complex for years. She's a deep stater from the word go. Obviously, Trump knows that. The team knows that, and that's why she doesn't have any position. But you got to admire the poetic justice, because they had Tulsi Gabbard on a terrorist watch list. They were following her wherever she went for no reason other than her opinions on Ukraine and other things. And now all of a sudden she's in charge of them as over DHS. I mean, you gotta love that. And that's the kind of thing we need, is people from the outside like that, especially people that have been attacked by the shadow government deep state that are now going back in to really clean some house. First time in my entire career I've seen this actually possible. And somebody pinch me and wake me up, because I think I'm dreaming. But it's going to be a battle from now on, getting rid of these deep staters, especially in the CIA and their bureaucrats. It's going to be a war. So we should be excited, but at the same time, really concerned and keep our eye on these people, because they're going to try to stop this.
Right. And I do believe that some people around Trump are obviously deep state plants, because the fact that Mike Pompeo's name was actually being floated.
Yeah.
And that was real. I know people in his inner circle, they were shocked that people were trying to push him. And these are the people that gave tons of money to his campaign and trying to push him. Could you imagine, to name Mike Pompeo? Could you get anybody that is more of a deep state plant than Mike Pompeo? He is not even a plant, he is the deep state.
Well, yeah, it's funny, because when he was first appointed to the CIA, I remember I turned to my wife and I said, if he's an honest man, he will not be there for long. they're going to turn him. Well, what did Pompeo do? And he ruined his political career. He put an assassination order out for Julian Assange. And then he called Tucker Carlson and threatened him with arrest for talking about the Assange case. This is Mike Pompeo. He either was already deep state. The CIA has a wonderful way of turning people when they get in there. Trust me, I know. And the upper 20% of the CIA, they do not believe in democracy. They do not believe in the U.S. Constitution. They believe in the CIA and its global juggernaut staying in control and perpetuating itself. That's all they believe in. And some of them, and I've worked for some, they're basically psychotic. They're narcissists. And so Pompeo got in there, and whether he was coerced into doing that by Gina Haspel, who is a shadow government deep stater from the word go. She's the one that destroyed the torture tapes, videotapes. And it wasn't just waterboarding, it was worse. John Brennan was operating through Deputy Director Haspel against Pompeo when Pompeo was director. And so the under bureaucracy at the upper levels of the CIA was working against Pompeo while he was there. That's going to happen again. And if Ratcliffe takes over, he's going to need a team of defense people in the administration behind him because they're going to try to put their steely knives in his back. And he absolutely needs to appoint the right deputy director underneath him that will go with the reforms that the administration has ordered him to do. Because if that's not the case, then the DDCI will undermine him. They have a whole global monstrous network to protect, and much of it illegal and criminal, including drug running and other things that they don't want coming out. So you bring a reformer like Ratcliffe in, you better be careful, and you better have outsiders come in to support him, the chief operating officer and others, that will make sure that bureaucracy doesn't try to undermine the new director.
All right, interrupting this conversation briefly to remind you all about Goldco, because we're all wondering what they have in store for President-elect Donald Trump. Are they going to crash the economy before he gets into office? Are they going to kick off World War III? I really don't know what they're up to, but I'm also not waiting around to find out. And I don't think that you should be either, which is why you should go to CandiceLikesGold.com to learn about my partners over at Goldco. They are the precious metals company that I trust. They're top rated. They have they go in because we go to Candace. Okay, on the topic of turning people once they go in, because we have seen this happen so many times. Good guys gone bad. What are their mechanisms for doing that? I've heard people are fearful that they'll drop kiddie porn on their laptops, or maybe they find a family member and there's some really a blackmail operation.
Mm-hmm.
What happens?
Well, I mean, if you humbly look at my case, they tried to erase me by placing me and sadly my family as collateral damage in a very badly poisoned house that had mycotoxins leaking out of the ceiling. Now, mycotoxins are what Saddam Hussein used on the troops, called yellow rain. It's a very deadly neurotoxin, and I found it only shows up under a black light. And as this was all happening, and my family was deathly ill, I hit the ceiling and I found these mycotoxins. And of course, later, while we were out of the house, they broke in and I hit it again, and there's big brushstrokes of some chemical that was invisible. They painted over it. So, they have every way to try to get rid of you. And then there's the secrecy agreement, which is their weapon. Anybody, for example, MK Ultra, people involved in that, if they've signed a CIA secrecy agreement, they will sit them down and they will say, this is what you signed and agreed to. If you reveal anything classified, whether you like it or not, you're going to be charged and you're going to go to prison. And that's the weapon of fear. They tried to use that on me. Didn't work because I answer to a higher authority. But they've used it down through the years to silence people from coming out with some of these perverse and illegal operations.
So essentially, the people just value their freedom, and they just go, okay, I'm just going to play along with the deep state.
Yeah, and a lot of these people people go in and they have families to support. It's their health insurance, it's their retirement, you know, and if they don't play by the rules, they lose all of that and they're financially destroyed, which they of course tried to do to me also. And then they have an entire procedure they've developed over the last 40 years, since Gary Webb, even if you know the story of Gary Webb. They destroyed his career, ruined his journalistic career. He's lost his marriage, his finances, and then wound up in a hotel room with 2 bullets in his head because he reported on CIA drug running. And he wrote the book Dark Alliance. That is a classic case of how the CIA will, their most favorite form of assassination is pushing someone to suicide. And then that gives them the doctrine of plausible deniability. And that comes from National Security Council Directive 10-2 in 1948, where the CIA can do anything it wants: sabotage, subversion, economic warfare, assassination. It can do anything it wants as long as there's plausible denial for the U.S. government. They can deny any involvement. The CIA can do anything it wants. Now imagine that with their $39 billion plus budget and the power of secrecy they have, the things that they have done and are doing are unconscionable.
Let's talk about Julian Assange, because it has been reported many times. Tucker Carlson has said this many times that Mike Pompeo did call for his assassination, which is just shocking to hear that.
Shocking. Yeah.
What is it about Julian Assange that motivated them? I mean, obviously, WikiLeaks, he created WikiLeaks, he had all these documents. What was in the documents that you think caused the deepest fear for the deep state?
Well, the deepest fear, of course, was the emails that he revealed between the Department of State and other officials and some of the dirty deeds that they were doing. And of course, there's the videotape of them killing those innocent people, 2 of which were reporters and photographers. What the CIA fears is exposure. And Julian Assange was starting to expose the whole thing, and which jeopardizes the CIA's existence, which it will, as I mentioned, will do anything to keep from happening. So Julian Assange is public enemy number 1 because he challenges the system of secrecy, and that's where their power is. That's why he's such a hero, frankly. That's why people love him so much, because he stood up in their face and he said, this is what you're doing. And he showed everybody just the tip of the iceberg, really, what they're doing. And they will not have that.
It is shocking that there are people who still believe, and obviously I think now it's a smaller fraction of people than it was before, but who genuinely believe that there is not propaganda in the West, and that they're educated when they read the New York Times, and they are educated about issues, you know, historical and present, because they're reading the Washington Post, and they're a part of this sort of elite people who know not to give in to misinformation and disinformation. And even the overusage of those terms, obviously, to me, feels just like a Project Mockingbird, you know, conspiracy theorists and things of that nature. And it's like, how much information could there be out there before these people are willing to accept that your government is lying about virtually everything?
Virtually everything.
Virtually everything. And a small group of elites run the entire world, in my viewpoint.
Yeah. Yes. And even Pompeo said, he told Bobby Kennedy's a friend of mine. And as a matter of fact, Bobby was kind of encouraged me to write this book. Pompeo told Bobby Kennedy, after he came out, he regretted not doing the reforms that the CIA needed. Well, not only did he not do them, he instigated and carried out an assassination program. So between the editors of these major news networks, especially CNN, MSNBC, and even some conservative news networks, where
there we go.
As long as they do not do any investigation of the CIA, and report anything negative about the CIA will leave them alone, and they'll actually feed them stories from anonymous sources,
2
feed them
hours
stories
later,
so they'll
guys.
be the first ones to
I
break
was in
it.
the chat if
The
y'all can hear me.
moment that any outlet really does an investigation of the CIA, that is cut off immediately, and the agency starts putting out disinformation about that network. And any journalist like Gary Webb who dares to investigate the CIA, they'll be fired, their career will be ruined, and they all know it. And when you think about it, when's the last time you saw any...
All right, goddamn it, man. I apologize, y'all. I appreciate y'all's patience on that. That was a doozy. Goddamn. So what I was trying to explain for the last damn near half an hour was that the mic shut off on me. I restarted everything in the browser. I restarted the dock that everything's plugged up into. Guys, I know I'm not that technically savvy, but I'm not a dumbass when it comes to this shit. Most issues can be fixed just by restarting shit, and I tried all that. So it wasn't really working. I don't know why, but for the 5th time when S.E.T came and restarted the browser, it just so happened to reconnect. But it was an issue with StreamYard and not our actual mic. But goddamn, appreciate y'all's patience on that. That was about to lose me some hair follicles.
Major mainstream media news outlet do a serious investigation of the CIA.
Big Wave. I gotta read out all y'all super chats too, man. Y'all was snapping while my mic was muted. Y'all were saying some crazy shit, man. Big Wave Dave. He said, damn it, the mic, you all owe me money at this point. You're muted. Shout out Hellbat. He said, freaks in Discord. Plus, there's a song for you. All right, I'll pull that up. Dave, I got your musical suggestion as well. Your musical interlude. New Max again. Did you pay your cable bill? I'm about to be mean about it. I know about black people time, but is there such a thing about black people bill pay time? Yo, you're wilding. Bring yourself full screen. Your mic has no full power. Yeah, it was cutting in and out. That was part of the partially the issue. Tell S.E.T to stop picking the outlets. You all need me. Guest dude, shout out, slapping and tell it's a good girl. That was hilarious. Guest dude, look, it is a rush away. Slap it, twist it, bop it. Kind of sounds like a game of bop it, literally. Shout out Don's, pull its hair like Hunter does when they act up. Guest dude, if the old slap and tickle fails, sock it to her. Hellback, you might have to, without the face cam, this stream and see if that helps. Yeah, I thought about that. That's why I kind of just queued the video back up. Vladstein, show that Mike who's daddy. Don ain't had too much to say, just wanted to show some support. Guest dude, now slap her and call her a good girl. Hellbat 12, sure, I believe you for now. And Steph Troutman, I think goal has been made. Call in. Yeah, we can open up the call-in lines just because honestly that was crazy. I don't know why the hell that just happened like that.
CIA, maybe never. Well, there's a reason for that. They know that their survival and their career depends on not doing that, and that's why the new programs, yours and others, they didn't count on people like you and me coming out and saying this is what they're doing, and now with new news programs, they're freaking out.
Yeah, they are. And you can see they're starting to have that conversation about podcasting and misinformation and how are we going to get a wrangle on this. And but I think it's just going to be very difficult for them, especially within America, because too many people are awake now. And what we've been able to prove is they will find that information. They'll go around. If you ban me from YouTube, they're going to find me on Spotify. You ban me from Spotify, they'll find me on Apple. So one of the things that we got a lot of people asking me to ask you about was Benghazi. Now, before we get there, and you guys, please just allow me to get through this, I do want to read this to my audience. I'm going to skim through it, but it was a speech that Muammar Gaddafi gave. It was at the 64th UN General Assembly in 2009. Major piece of my own awakening, having read this and realized suddenly that I have no idea what the hell our government is ever doing overseas, and virtually everything they've told us has been a lie. So I'm going to get through this, skim through this speech, get him.
Shout out Mike G, $2. He said, let's just blame Biden on this one. Might as well. Biden or Biden? Oh, okay. All right. I got you. I figured that's what you meant, bro.
His reaction on it, and then we're going to kind of go through everything that Muammar.
What type of fetish shit? Like, I'm about to call Mike. I'm about to be like, what the hell?
Gaddafi brings up. Now, I want to be very clear here. I don't agree with everything in the speech. Actually, this speech, I think, really is more questions than answers. And just to kind of put it in context for you guys listening, essentially, he's standing up before the General Assembly in 2009. and just saying, why are we pretending that the United Nations is about giving all of the nations equal power when really we know that just a few nations have any power here? And it's the UK and it's the United States and it's Israel, and everyone else is kind of just playing pretend. Okay, so we start speaking about just the UN Charter in general. The preamble of the Charter states that armed force shall not be used save in common interest. That is the preamble that we agree.
And before we fully get into that preamble here, shout out the musical interlude. Shout out Big Wave Dave, man. We appreciate you guys. Big Wave Dave, musical suggestion here, song suggestion. Shout out the musical interludes of the show. Y'all seem to like these. I enjoy them myself. I'm not gonna lie. And this right here is Big Wave Dave's suggestion. I'm gonna pull it up here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Sorry about that mishap with the sound. Let's get some more folks back in here as we fire the stream back up. Appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate y'all for sure, man. I don't care. Y'all could grill me on that. That was pretty crazy, but let's get this pulled up here. I don't know what you would classify. Is this like grunge rock? Is this like punk rock? I don't know what this sound is, but I do like this type of rock. I'm not gonna lie. This is the type of rock I would actually like get in my car and play. Like hop in the car, like take a drive and put this shit on. I posted it in the chat. I'm gonna pin it. And I'm also gonna put it in the community tab as well, guys. Call in is open. I appreciate y'all's patience, bearing with me on that the sound issue there. Shout out Big Wave Dave for the musical suggestion here, the song selection. And we're going to keep the stream going. But yes, the call in is open. Members, you guys know what's up. Anybody else, feel free to call in. All we ask is a $5 super chat and we'll host your call. I've been pretty honest with you, bro. I don't love all the songs you send in. Some of them are a little bit beyond my taste, but that right there was smooth. I like that. I can see myself listening to that. Shout out. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Oh yeah, and shout out Vlasting. He says song request, Gorillas, Feel Good, Incorporated. All right, I'll pull that up too. I got it queued up, or I'll add it to the queue. Let's get back into this for a little bit, and then we'll go back to the musical interludes, guys.
American presidents used to threaten us with all manner of weapons, saying that they would send us Desert Storm, Grapes of Wrath, rolling 65 aggressive wars have taken place without any United Nations action to prevent them. We wanted the charter to reflect that.
Here. My bad, guys.
It says that armed forces.
Yes, the call-in link, I'm posting it now in the community post. I'm reposting it in the chat. If you guys want to call in, members, you know what's up. Go ahead. You'll get it right to the front of the queue. Any other supporters, all we ask is a $5 super chat, and we'll host your call.
Shall only be used in the common interest of all nations. But what has happened since then? 65 wars have broken out since the establishment of the United Nations and the Security Council. 65 since their creation, with millions more victims than in the Second World War. The preamble also states that if armed force is used, it must be a United Nations force. Since the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, if there is an act of aggression by one country against another, the entire United Nations should deter and stop that act. If a country, Libya for instance, were to exhibit aggression against France, then the entire organization would respond, because France is a sovereign state member of the United Nations, and we share the collective responsibility to protect the sovereignty of all nations. However, 65 aggressive wars have taken place without any United Nations action to prevent them. We are 192 nations and countries, and we are like the Speaker's Corner in London's Hyde Park. We just speak and nobody implements our decisions. We are mere decoration without any real substance. At present, the Security Council is security feudalism, political feudalism for those with permanent seats, protected by them and used against us. It should be called not the Security Council, but the Terror Council. We should not live in the shadow of this injustice and terror. Superpowers have complicated global interests, and they use the veto to protect those interests. For example, in the Security Council, they use the power of the United Nations to protect their interests and to terrorize and intimidate the Third World, causing it to live under the shadow of terror. From the beginning, since it was established in 1945, the Security Council has failed to provide security. On the contrary, it has provided terror and sanctions. 65 wars have broken out, either fighting among small countries or wars of aggression waged against us by superpowers. American presidents used to threaten us with all manner of weapons, saying that they would send us Desert Storm, Grapes of Wrath, Rolling Thunder, and...
All right, and we can tap back into the musical interlude real quick. I see we got a few requests piling up. Shout out to the musical interludes, man. Y'all be putting me on the songs I would have probably never listened to. I will be honest, but some of this shit is pretty fire. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. StreamYard, listen, guys, we've used OBS literally for probably a year and a half, and then we just switched to StreamYard this week. So I'm making the adjustment to having to hit share tab whenever you change tabs, and I probably changed tabs 100 times a stream. So it's an adjustment for me. My bad, guys. Yes, it is a little step, a little thing to remember, but God damn it, guys, I already do enough over here on the producer side, man. It's one more little task, and I overlook the little shit sometimes, guys. What can I say? Shout out the musical interludes, man. I've come to like that segment. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, to be honest, I probably wouldn't listen to if it hadn't been for the suggestion. And shout out, man. It looks like we got a couple members queued up here, man. What's going on, Steph? And what's going on, Dave?
I don't think you want me in here yet.
why is that? Oh, shit.
Hey, Keith.
What's going on?
Keith, what the fuck did you? What wires you fucking kick that fucked everything the fuck up?
Listen, literally it happened mid-talk, like mid-speech, mid-word, and I didn't even know what the fuck went on, bro. I reset everything. I reconfigured the shit. I plugged it up. I did the dummy test of turning it off and turning it back on.
You touched something, bro. Not gonna lie.
Listen, bro. Listen, replay the tape, bro. I was literally talking as this shit happened. I was dumbfounded.
I understand that your foot touched something. Like I gotta, you gotta send me a picture of what it looks like in front of your desk. I want to see what wires go where and where your feet sit. Just so you know,
it's actually not too hairy of a situation. You would think it'd be worse, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I'll post a pic in the Discord later. Actually.
All right. And Key, you can tell Set I said I'm gonna drag my balls in his face for taking so long to come and fix it.
Jesus, God.
Really, Dave?
Yo.
Yeah, really.
This is why I said about your evil laugh.
Oh, why is it so evil?
I'm willing to bet you if you do a poll, I'm willing to bet you everybody would agree with me on that.
And then I guess that would go along with my I don't give a fuck attitude. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Good old.
It would.
Dave, I know your cousins and your family loves when you show up to Thanksgiving, bro. This man's nothing but jokes. The asshole of the family, I'm sure.
Shit, I wish I actually still had a family, but all right, yeah, keep grinding that brand there. All right.
But I do gotta show you my new sweater, though. I got it.
Steph, are you in the Discord?
I am in the Discord. I just had to figure out how to do it.
Oh, I mean, you feel like it. If you feel comfortable, you can send a picture in the Discord. I'm sure the members would like to see your sweater.
I mean, can I show it now? It's nothing bad.
Oh yeah, go for it if you want to turn your camera on. What's that say?
Can you see it if I do it this way?
Go up. That way.
Yeah. A little bit higher. There you go.
It says the black and white is crossed out, and then it has American.
Oh yeah.
It goes with that song from yesterday. I don't know if you heard it or not, Key.
Tom McDonald.
No, it's from Jay French.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even hear that one.
Well, it's in your email. But his song represents canceling race. You know, like that's why there's a mark out of the sweater where the black and white is, because he wants to cancel race. Don't call me black, don't call me white, just call me American.
I like that. I like that message.
No African American, no Asian American, no Spanish American. You're a fucking American if you're American.
There you go.
Exactly.
There you go.
America,
baby.
All right, guys.
Exactly. And that's why I support him, because I even said to him, I'm going to get one of your hoodies, and I'm going to, walk around with one of your hoodies and try to help you, get the movement growing a little bit more.
I love it. We're trying to get some merch going here in the background. We got hoodies hopefully coming sometime soon for you guys. We'll definitely let the Discord know.
Yeah, I think I already told you. Go with Carhartt.
Yeah, you were saying that there's Carhartt is one of our brands, and there's a couple other sturdy hoodies. We're gonna gauge how y'all feel about some designs and some quality. Obviously, let y'all know about the price, hopefully, and all that good stuff. The members are
I'm wearing
up on that.
I'm wearing a Carhartt hoodie right now. That's my friend's electrician's company. I love this hoodie. It's not my Milwaukee, heated hoodie, but it's still good nonetheless.
Nah, Carhartt has like really good quality, so it'll be something either Carhartt or Carhartt quality. But we gonna get that fired up here soon, hopefully.
I bought a hoodie from Coyon Noir. You know who he is?
Nah, who's that?
He's a 2A advocate, YouTuber. He's also a lawyer.
Oh shit,
Oh.
that's what's up.
I got a hoodie from him. How the fuck do you follow my channel? You don't know who he is yet. Anyway,
I don't even know who he is.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I haven't seen who you follow. I follow you, but I haven't seen who you follow.
you don't look at my channel ever?
Do you repost this stuff?
No, I don't repost this stuff. I don't repost shit. I only post my own shit. But you can see who people follow on their channel if you look at it.
I've never. That's not. I don't normally. I just watch your videos. I've just seen a few videos of you outside at the range, but I haven't never looked at who you follow.
Look at who I follow. There's a lot of people on there. A lot of people that I send you videos from.
Oh, okay, got you.
So yeah, look at my channel. Look at who I follow. You can see it when you look at somebody's channel. You can see who they follow. So, but Coleon Noir, this I hate to say it, but he's a black dude.
Bro, you hate to say it, like, bro, he's black. It is what it is.
All right, so he's a black dude. He's a lawyer. He's really big into guns. He's a 2A advocate. You guys need to like watch him for the. Actually, no, never mind. You shouldn't watch him for the Second Amendment stuff because he's become more political than anything. There's other channels that I have on there that are 2A advocates.
What type of law does he practice?
That I actually don't know, to be perfectly honest. But he graduated law school.
Okay.
So
If he does malpractice, send him my way.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. No, I don't think he does malpractice. But no, he I've actually been watching him less and less, and I've been watching other people that actually like their sponsors are actually they're like 2A like legal people that will help you, like say if you have to use your gun in defense.
Yeah.
And you get taken to court for it, they will be there for you if you like. Obviously, you have to give them money or whatever,
right?
You know,
right.
like a subscription type fee.
Yeah,
but they will be there for you, and there's a lot of them out there.
Oh, that's pretty goddamn cool. I didn't even know.
And there's also those people that are out there, those same groups that are they're out there to you know, fight the states that are infringing on our Second Amendment.
So they kind of, it's like an initiative where they go against people who are kind of going
Well,
against,
it's like the Bruin case that went to the Supreme Court about the, you know, the obviously I don't think any of you follow this. I know I do. I would hope Don's does, and I'm not watching chat. Hold on one sec.
It looked like Guest Dude knows about him.
All right, yeah. So, oh, yeah, he knows about Coleon Noir. Yeah, no, he's not following. He's not practicing law anymore. But the Bruin case brought up to the Supreme Court, like, the state cannot infringe on your rights for anything that is like of normal use. So you have the ATF that's sitting here like making up laws and enforcing them, even though they're not a judicial or legislative branch of government, right?
Got you.
So like they outlawed the pistol brace, they outlawed a bunch of other shit. That's why I always say in channel, abolish ATF, right?
Yeah.
Because they keep making up this shit. They're like, oh, well, we don't like that, so you can't have it. Like they wanted to make people felons for having a piece of plastic that went on the back of their rifles or pistols or whatever.
Oh, like what is it? The bump stock?
No, not even a fucking bump stock. And Trump went against the bump stock, but whatever. That's a whole different ordeal. So the pistol brace, right? So you can have a short-barreled rifle, which is technically a pistol, right? So you have to pay the government money to own a what they call an SBR or a short-barreled rifle.
Yeah.
And then if you want a pistol brace, which is literally the stock that goes in the back, that just has like a strap that goes around it that holds your arm, like, you know, we're talking about like veterans that like lost an arm and shit that still want to shoot. That would use that. I would never use it. I have no need for it, right? But they wanted to ban that and say you can't have it.
Yeah, it's this fucking bureaucracy, bro. These motherfuckers who abuse their power, infringe on our constitutional rights, and have really little to no reason in doing so. Just because I feel like it's the flex of power for real. But no, I appreciate that little tidbit, man. I got a little video here. I want to have y'all on call. We did this with Don's last night. It was pretty funny, and I enjoyed it. But I'm going to play this video. I'm going to pause it periodically, but I want to get y'all's raw reactions on it as well. It's pretty fun.
You want my reaction?
You win, Steph. You win, Steph. Just bear with me, man. Strap in, man. Strap in.
All right, I'm gonna hang out here, Steph. You can chime in. I'm just gonna hang out.
Cool.
You can't make this shit up.
Wait. No, do it. No, I want to hear one example. If you're going to make an accusation, you need to have an example. Otherwise, you're just a liar.
This white liberal called me the R word as I stood there next to my black friend. And he went to hide behind
I already know whose video this
who
is.
said something really racist to him, literally just a few minutes later.
Hey, okay, well, stop using gendered language. She's clearly a woman, and you just said guys.
Hey,
That's
Keith,
gendered
pause
language.
this.
Get your gender phobic self out of here.
What you got, Dave?
Oh, yeah, I know who this woman is.
Yeah,
she's a big 2A advocate.
Yep. Actually, we've reacted to some of her content on the channel before. I forget her name, but her channel's pretty good. I think it's conservative something.
Shit, now you're gonna make me look.
But let me play this clip out and let me get y'all's reaction. Let me play the clip out in full, so we can get everybody's everybody who's viewing too, so they can see what's going on.
No, do it. No, I want to hear one example. If you're going to make an accusation, you need to have an example. Otherwise, you're just a liar.
This white liberal called me the R word as I stood there next to my black friend. And he went to hide behind his white friends who said something really racist to him, literally just a few minutes later.
Hey, okay, well, stop using gendered language. She's clearly a woman, and you just said guys. That's gendered language. Get your gender phobic self out of here.
You can't make this shit up.
Wait, I have a serious question. How much did she pay you to wear that?
Oh, he can't make his own decisions because he's black?
Didn't say that. Definitely.
This is so amazing. It's Black History Month, and the Democrats have been...
Believe it or not, I've actually met the president, 4 times now.
A crowd quickly began to form as word about us being there started to spread. Everybody has their phones out, Joel. Let's pose for a picture for the paparazzi.
I think the name of her channel is Liberty Hangout, guys.
Come on, guys, paparazzi. Come on.
Smile.
Or paparazzi.
Oh, this is so special.
But we did manage to find one conservative who told us how hard it is to speak out on campus.
Right.
What's it like being conservative on this campus?
Honestly, very tough. Have to keep my mouth closed a lot of time, but
no, you got to speak out. Because look, you got a lot of fans if you speak out. It's like they've never seen a conservative on this campus before.
What is this strange person?
What are these opinions? I can't believe it. He's back. He's back. There he's at. There's James Charles again.
Cousin, you sure? Because I've heard that you hate gay people.
Where have I said that?
You came up to me and
literally
hey, hold on. Sexuality.
You know I carry, right?
Police! Help!
What?
Police!
Is that a threat?
Help! Police! Help!
Within our first 15 minutes of us being there, this girl nearly got arrested. Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you.
I'm like, I do too, baby, and I bet mine packs more punch than yours.
Girl, that was just walking.
You called her that girl.
That's what harassing.
Okay, you're gonna flash a gun that's called brandishing a firearm. You said you know I carry, and you're pulling around in your pocket.
okay.
Don't play these games.
All right. My hands are in my pocket. All right.
The tolerant left, everybody.
How y'all feel about that one? Raw reaction, man. She's playing games saying, you know, I carry. Like, listen, that's a threat. Most people are going to interpret that as a full-blown threat. So you don't never know what somebody could have whipped out their pocket real quick in retaliation. Like, what you carry, I carry too. And mine is a lot more quicker on the draw.
I just know, Key, that's my third time actually seeing that video, and every time I see that video, my face gets red.
Oh, man, that's my first time. Honestly, I haven't seen that clip before.
All it is that the liberals are being, you know, racist towards the black guy again. You know, like there always are, you know, just like how they're always saying about how, you know, just because you're black, you know, you're not gonna fit in with the conservatives. The conservatives are not gonna love you. They're not gonna, you know, want you in their, you know, group or their family. You know, all that. That's basically all that, you know, is in a different, you know, situation right there.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How intense that could be. Go ahead, Dave. What you got?
Yeah, that's Caitlyn. She's a fucking star, bro. I
She
sent
does
you
her
a video.
content a lot.
I sent you a video. Play that video. Like, she is gorgeous. She's a badass. And liberals fucking hate her.
I bet.
You send it to the email. You send it in the Discord.
Email.
I got
Always
you.
the fucking email, bro. Like, come on, stop asking me that.
Hey, sometimes it be in the Discord, sometimes it be in the email. It's shit, bro. I'll be just trying to make sure. I don't be trying to waste no time looking for it in the Discord if it's in the email, dog.
I always send you guys to email instead of you guys having to scroll in Discord. Like, come on.
You are pretty good about that. Let me pull that up. But now, what you think about that clip, though, real quick, Dave?
Yo, I love Caitlyn. I think she's a fucking badass. And yeah, step to me. You want to touch me? I'm gonna fucking pull out my fucking gun and shoot the fucking shit out of you. Step the fuck away from me. That's all there is to it.
I do actually remember this this post going viral. This video you sent me, I'll pull it up real quick. But this was kind of,
and she's not as gorgeous as she was, but during those videos with her with the AR on her back wearing the fucking skirt, oh my lord. Can I get a girlfriend like that?
This your type, Dave?
That's my type, bro.
I got it. Shout out.
Video's not showing, bro. Stop breaking shit.
I got you. Gotcha. My busy. All right. But yeah, Kent State, yeah, that's in Ohio. Funny enough.
What made me want to post this is the school I go to. I actually co-hosted an open carry demonstration on the campus, the same location I took the photo, and students just freaked out. They held a silent protest that demanded gun control, but they wouldn't talk to me. They put duct tape over their mouth. So when I posted it on Twitter, I definitely expected some sort of backlash. Twitter is a haven for leftist ideology. A lot of gun control advocates take to Twitter to express their views. So I knew as soon as I posted it, the left would not like it on Twitter. What I didn't expect were the death threats, the amount of death threats I've received, and the racial discrimination, calling me a school shooter because I'm white.
And you wonder why she carries the gun.
After me because of my skin color. So, those are the things I didn't expect. But for every threat, for every prejudiced comment, there are hundreds of.
Was that the video?
comments You're only about halfway through, bro.
Trump supporters. But I think people need to step away from the emotion that they have behind the debate on gun control and look at people as human beings. We are so quick to judge people based on their skin color or their gender or political affiliations as well. In Ohio, since state universities are public property, guests can carry on any public property, any public campus in Ohio. However, it's up to the university to allow their students to do. And unfortunately, Kent State decided not to let their students carry while guests can. It's kind of insulting that Kent State they're kind of insinuating that they value the lives of their guests more than the lives of their students. And the students spend almost every day there, especially the students who live in a dorm. It's not going to stop my activism. A lot of people have been asking me like, oh, are you gonna run for anything or be a politician? No, I don't.
Yo, I'm sorry, you got to end this video
I don't want
right now.
politics to be my life. It could get pretty sad, and just it brings you down. But I will definitely continue my activism.
Leo's back in chat. Leo, call in. Let's go.
Ooh, okay.
A lot of negativity, a lot of people.
Gotcha. What the hell happened to the mouse? All right. Does Leo want to call in?
He better.
I'm weak. He's like, you might as well, man. You might as well. You got any disagreements tonight, Leo?
He wants to talk shit in chat. Let's go. Right now, brother. Let's go.
Well, before all that starts, Key, can I show Seth the sweater that I showed you? Because Seth knows about the song from yesterday.
Yeah, hold on just a second, Steph. We wouldn't.
All right.
Let me see.
All right, let's see. Yeah.
No, Leo, you don't update the fucking laws. They're there and they should be upheld.
Yeah, get the mouse to appear.
I'm sorry, I have two phones going. One in here and one looking at chat.
But let me go on here. She said, oh, the video. Gotcha. Oh, no problem, Steph. I got you. Hold on here. There you go.
Go ahead, Steph, if you want to hop back on camera real quick.
Well, Seth, you remember the video I showed yesterday? Jay French, how he's trying to say about don't call me black, don't call me white, call me American.
Yeah.
Well, I finally got this hoodie in the mail today instead of tomorrow.
Let me see.
No black, no white, fucking American.
Hey, I like it.
And how he has it crossed out and everything right here.
Nice.
He's on TikTok, but he has a link to where he does it on Amazon. I can give you the link, to the Amazon that's connected to him.
Shit, give him a shout out and post it in the chat so everybody could go check it out.
All right.
I like that.
I'll do that.
That's hoodie stuff. I like that.
He even told me about doing a video for him with the sweater on, and I'm like, I'm kind of nervous about doing that. But he wants to give a shout out and actually have my name on his platform and my video on his platform, but I'm like, I don't know about that.
Go for it. Go for it, Steph. You look good in it.
It's one thing with you guys, but another thing.
Steph,
but yes, Dave.
Steph, I know I love you, but we got to get Leo in here because he's talking trash. And
all right, Dave, do your thing. I know.
Yo,
man, or is he just talking?
Love you, Steph.
Love you guys.
Shoot, who knows?
Get him, Dave.
I'm trying to see.
Oh, I am.
Hey, are you talking, or did he say he wants to come in?
No, I'm trying to goat him into coming into here because he's talking trash again.
Hey, Leo, come in and call in.
Leo, pop in, man. Go ahead and pop in. I think your $5 is pretty much as good as covered. So go
Yeah,
ahead
I
and
already
call.
paid you $500, so he's good.
Yeah, Dave said he got a word or two for you, man. Come in and join, Leo. Link posted in the chat already. We pinned it. Go ahead and click that bad boy.
Let's see if the night's the night that Dave changes Leo.
I guess.
From liberal to, well, not liberal.
No, he went right back to the far fucking left with the shit I'm seeing, bro.
I said my
Well-
Gia sleeping in my small ass apartment.
Well, set and key. I'll see you in the chat. And all right, Dave.
All right,
All right, Steph. You know I love
Badass,
you.
Steph. Badass hoodie.
Love you too, Dave.
All right. Well, if,
Leo.
Leo.
Hey, Leo. Where the fuck are you?
Playing a game of cat and mouse with this man. All right. Where we at here? Still having problems with the missing mouse, but we persist. All right, guys.
All right, well. Now, don't fucking. Okay, you know what, sir? Rage a lot. Yeah. All right, fine. Pay the fucking money. I already paid $500 fucking dollars.
What is he saying? What did he say?
He's like,
Sir Rage a lot said gave $5 for Leo to join the call, but oh, he said give me a minute, Leo. Okay, all right, Leo.
Give me a minute.
You actually have 2 minutes. I'll give you 2. You asked for 1, I'll give you 2.
All right. Well, we give him time to get his ish together.
All right, you guys know I'm here, so do what you gotta do.
Hey, shout out Zoloff. That's Zoloff is in it? Oh, okay. I never heard from this man. Huh? No, I got you. See here.
What's the search button though?
First, real quick.
And why would you even want to do that?
Vlad, whose side are you on? Who the fuck are you talking about?
You just had it.
All right.
Zoloff calling in. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. Got work in the morning. You got set in here though, man. You about to take off.
Once again,
all right, Key. Yo, bro, sleep well.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
Have a good night's rest, right?
Thank you, dog. Appreciate you.
Do what you gotta do.
Unfortunately.
Well,
it's always unfortunate, especially when you take a fucking call-in show.
But all right, bro. Oh, you want to start up on this one?
Oh yeah, I mean you can take wherever you want to. It was just Portland's podcast.
Okay.
Hey James, how about I rub my nuts on your chin?
Yeah, we can tell. Let me go. Hey Zoloff, hit me up in the private chat. Let me know if you want to join in. Yeah. And
playing the victim.
Yo, Big Red Dave, let me know when they pop in. If you can
Trying to blame the guys who did the original
shit,
interview.
yeah,
Eventually, they had enough of her lying, so they decided to expose the whole situation.
Did you say anything that you wish you didn't say?
No, which I wasn't prepared.
Oh,
for.
Zoloff said he's
So I
here.
don't think
Gotcha. I'm weak. He said, yeah, man, whatever. All right, got you. Let's see. First here.
No. He said that. Yo. Fuck you, Zoloff. Nah, man. What's up, bro?
Oh, shoot. Why not? Yo, what's up, Zoloff?
What up? You hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey, we're doing good, man. What about you?
Shit, man. I just got off work. I'm about to sit down and smoke one and do my regular shit, bro. Watch the fucking Key and Set show, man. You know what's up.
Hey,
Bunch
man,
of fucking potheads around here. What the fuck, man?
Hey, I didn't say what I was smoking now, bro.
Oh, meth. Okay, all right. Hey.
Nah, man. I just want to call and say what's up. Listen, bro. Like, I know we do like a conspiracy hour at the end. Has anybody been like? I don't want to derail the whole show or nothing, but I just want to talk about it real quick. Anybody hear about this supposed alien invasion they're supposed to have going down today?
Oh,
like-
bro. All right, yo.
You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about?
No. It's all off. What state do you live in?
I'm in Florida.
Okay. Have you heard about these car-sized, and I say this in quotations, car-sized
Yeah. Right.
shit in New Jersey?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, and they're trying to say it's drones, like a car-sized fucking drone.
Yeah, and they got them flying around over in these. There's like 3 British military bases that are occupied by U.S. over there, and they said they got them flying around over there. It's like, how the fuck?
But a
y'all not
car-sized
shoot them
drone,
down?
right?
Yeah. How are y'all not shooting us down? But
Exactly. It's fucking car-sized. Why the fuck you letting that shit happen? And again, how is it a fucking drone if it's car-sized? Has anybody in this channel ever seen a car-sized drone other than that shit that the people fucking ride on?
Right.
Man, actually, that is a good point.
Honestly,
them just go across the sky.
Yo, this is conspiracy tinfoil hat at this point, and I'm okay with it. But who the fuck has like 6 to 8 flying fucking drones that are car-sized that you don't know what the fuck they are or where the fuck they're from?
Well, I don't even think a civilian can buy a drone that big unless you guys like, I don't know how it really works, but they've got those drones that almost look like Air Force jets. They're pretty big, but yeah, man, like I don't know. I just wanted to.
Hey, I'm sorry.
it in
Yes,
the chat.
dude. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Get him, Dave. Get him, bro.
He said Predator drones are car-sized. I'm like, he wouldn't.
Yeah, man. What's up with all the fucking haters, bro? They always like to talk all this shit and they never get in the chat, man.
Oh no! I give reprieve to guest dude, but let's be honest. If the FBI is apparently investigating it, I doubt it's the military. So let's stop with that nonsense.
Oh shit, man! If the FBI is doing it, then ain't nothing gonna happen.
I mean, we could take that spin into UFOs. I got a couple of videos for that.
Let's go.
Like I didn't want to derail the whole show, bro. I just wanted to maybe what I'm saying, like for conspiracy hour. If we could,
Bro, you're not derailing shit. We're just having fun here. Come on, man.
All right, cool.
All right, no problem at all. All right, so we're gonna get into the Air Force UFO cover-up that drove a man insane.
All right, and last thing, Set.
Yeah, what's up?
Paul Bennett
Leo, where the fuck are you? You want to come in and talk trash? You're talking trash in chat, but you're not going to come in and talk to me? All right, I see how it is.
Come on, Leo.
Oh, Leo.
He said Leo.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, not you, Set. What the fuck?
I know. Hey, I just got off work. I definitely am confused sometimes. But all right.
Oh, all right. But you still fix the mic for Key.
Hey, Big Way, you're not the only person with some knowledge.
I'm sorry. I sent you guys a picture in Discord that shows what I do. I swear to God, he kicks something.
Man, I'm wondering what happened too, though. I'm just like, how did that even
and then the other thing, Set, is you walk in and all of a sudden it worked, right?
Man, it's pretty.
That's what I go through with my job. Like, oh, shit's not working. Can you come out and take a look at it? All right, I walk in. Oh, shit's working. Okay, what the fuck you want me to do?
Why did I go?
Did you make sure it's plugged in?
Did you restart it? Did you unplug it and plug it back in? Did you turn the power off? Did you turn the power back on?
Did you look up the problem of the manufacturer, like anything like that? Like,
did you suck my balls and let them ride over your chin?
Okay, Cartman.
Oh, I told you, Key. All right, Set. I told you, Set. I'm in a mood. So,
oh man, sure. I love to hear it. But all right, man, we're gonna get into this one. He's like, all right, and shout out Hellbase. He said, I'll be coming in once I clock out for break here in about 15 to 20 minutes. I'll finally talk to you. Plus, don't confuse cowardice with courage. I got you, man. We got you, Hellbat, man. We got you.
I'm here always.
Space. When he saw colored lights in the sky, he assumed they were experimental aircraft. Then he started picking up strange radio signals that seemed to be an alien language. He took his findings to the Air Force. Publicly, they denied the UFO alien story, but privately, they confirmed Paul's findings. The Air Force even funded.
Oh man, and shout out Kingsy in there. He said for the cause, and Kingsy rejoined the membership. Man, appreciate the support, bro.
His UFO research. He spent.
Yeah. Apparently, Leo's here.
Oh, yes, he is actually. All right, we got my man Leo added to the chat. Man, what's going on, Leo?
Oh, you know, nothing much. It was just
what's up, sucker?
Do the piss off big wave day.
How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing all right, brother. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Was it like? I guess you could classify what I was saying as talking shit, but at the end of the day, I believe in the Second Amendment. I just think there's, I don't think it's unconstitutional to potentially amend some amendments.
Nope. Don't touch that shit. It's there for a reason.
Well, and it wouldn't be in favor to get rid of them. But like
no, I don't.
Got to be some kind of like middle ground here, right? That these high capacity rifles and magazines.
Oh
and
my
shit.
lord, you are a fucking libtard as I've ever seen one. Come on, bro.
I'm just wondering because this is like a solely uniquely American.
All right, bro. All right. So as a gun owner and a person that shoots, right? Let me ask you: Is it necessary for certain states to regulate how many bullets you can have in a magazine?
Is it normal for states to regulate how many bullets you can have?
Democrat states, sure.
Is that normal?
In most states, no. Democrat states, yes.
Okay.
So, would you agree that they should regulate the amount of bullets we can have in a magazine?
I think if that's what the constituency wants, yeah, then that governor or that politician is doing what their constituents want and are banning certain attachments.
Okay. All right. Leo, have you seen the congressional voting map?
No. On what?
This year, have you seen the congressional voting map?
No. Care to enlighten me?
Are you fucking shitting me? Yo, Sec, can you pull that up?
Like who won the election, you mean?
No. The congressional voting map. Like who voted what where throughout the entire country.
Oh, yes. No, I have seen that, yeah.
Okay, so you've seen how much red is in the country?
Well, yeah, but you got to think of population density as well, right? It's not just
no. We're not a democracy. We're a republic, bro. Like
which is carried out through representative democracy. That's what
I get what you're saying, but no.
That's what the republic is.
I get what you're saying, but no. Like there's certain. So for instance, let me.
It's not a pure democracy.
Leo, relax for 2 seconds. Leo, relax for 2 seconds. Let me explain my point. Right.
Okay.
All right. So you have New Jersey, right?
Sure.
Who used to be mostly blue, and that's where I live, right? But you have a wide swath of fucking red throughout. And we're talking about popular vote versus whatever. That's fine. You know why the people in the those high population areas want more gun control is because they're getting fucking shot the fuck up by illegal people or people illegally owning guns that don't give a flying fuck about the laws.
Yeah,
Whereas
100%.
that wide swath of the red that goes down, yeah, there you go. That wide swath of red everywhere. Like, we want to legally own guns. We want to obey the law by legally owning guns. You have all these blue areas like Trenton. Scroll down a little bit.
Oh, gotcha. You want to go to Trenton? No problem.
No, below Trenton. Where's Camden?
It's right here.
So should we?
It's at the bottom left. Oh, they don't show Camden. Of course not, because Camden's a fucking fail. No, Camden City.
Oh. Okay.
So they don't want to show you Camden City because they voted blue because they're a bunch of liberal fucking idiots that the liberals have helped us so far and have made all these gun laws. You know what happens when you make gun laws? You know who that hurts?
The responsible gun owners.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there's more responsible gun owners than there are not. But again, you have to.
So then what's the fucking point of gun laws? Or the responsible or common sense gun laws? No, don't fuck with our Second Amendment. That's an inalienable right? It's inalienable.
All right, sure.
Right? And you know what protects the First Amendment, Leo?
The Second Amendment?
Yes, brother. I know you hear it all the time, but it's fucking true.
How?
What do you mean
how?
How?
True.
How is it not?
Well, didn't Elon protect the First Amendment by just buying X?
Oh,
he didn't
my
need
Lord.
He didn't need a gun to protect free speech.
Oh, you were such a fucking libtard. Anyway, no, I don't give a fuck about Elon. I don't give a fuck about Trump.
Free speech without a gun. I get
don't
you
give
mean like last scenario, if shit goes really sour, time to whip out the guns, but
that's what it's fucking there for, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, good luck with your little well-regulated militia against the U.S. military.
What well-regulated militia? Stop with that fucking nonsense. You are so fed by the fucking libtard media, bro. It has nothing to do with a well-regulated militia.
It's
you know
in
what?
the Constitution.
Okay, you know what? Back then, you know
okay.
You know what well-regulated meant back in the day?
What did it mean back in the day?
Trained.
Trained?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like trained militias in the U.S., right? So yeah.
I don't give a fuck. You're trying to stop kicking the fucking goalpost, bro.
Dude, that's your response to almost like half the shit.
Yes, because you keep fucking doing it, you fucking liberal fucking idiot.
Dude, you don't have to get so fucking defensive here, man. Like,
no, I'm not defensive. You're just a fucking moron, getting on my fucking last fucking nerve.
How did I
bro? Okay, so I asked you what well-regulated meant, right? And you're like, oh, trained. And I said yes. And you're like, oh, well, there's trained militias everywhere. That's not what I was asking you about.
Okay. Well, what are you at? That well-regulated meant well-trained?
No.
What were you
bro,
asking,
you keep like, stop, bro. Just listen for 2 seconds and stop believing what's melted into your smooth brain there, right?
Okay. All
right. So I don't give a shit
what
what
don't
you
make it better, by the way.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Keep talking over me. That's fine. All right, we can move on, Set, because this guy doesn't want to have a conversation. He just wants to
What do you
fucking
mean?
talk over me every.
I'm listening to you
few
right
seconds. No, you keep fucking talking over me, bro. Like I'm done with you.
Damn,
You
didn't know I
keep
could,
that
didn't know you could
smooth
get
brain.
so,
You keep
didn't know you
that
could get so
smooth. You
triggered by
keep
a
that
lib.
smooth brain. Hey, how's it feel, bro? How's it
Big
feel to
Wave
have somebody
Dave,
talk
Big
over
Wave
you
Dave,
every
you've
5
just been
fucking seconds?
successfully fucking triggered, bro. How does it feel? How does it feel to be so triggered like you are right now?
Well, I'm not triggered. You're just a fucking moron. That's all there is to it.
That's not. Oh, that's not what being triggered sounds like. What you just did back there. Okay.
Oh
Sounds
yeah,
good.
okay. Uh-huh.
All right, so hold on
Yeah.
to interject here, because I do want to make sure I'm hearing make sure everybody's like putting out their arguments here. So, because I remember Leo, your argument is that the Second Amendment is cool, but it can be amended. Big Wave Dave said leave it alone. And I believe the points that Big Wave Dave is stating is that you can't F around and change the Second Amendment because it does leave us open to government tyranny and other things as well. So it kind of is something that has to stay in place as it is because it opens the door for other things. Like yes,
and it's I'm saying I
But
bring up these.
it's always a
points.
but with him, man.
No, I bring up
Big Wave Dave, you gotta hold on.
I bring up these points.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Sorry, I bring up these points because it's a very uniquely U.S. problem, right?
It's not a problem.
Well, I mean, I feel like the thousands of people who die a year from gun violence would beg to differ, but I'm just saying,
how about the people that die from drunk driving accidents?
Yeah,
Is that a problem?
and drunk driving is illegal.
Yes. Okay. So, but no. So how much? Go look up the FBI stats. Right. How many people die from drunk driver accidents as compared to gun violence?
Well,
I'll wait. Or the people that die from a knife crime, like get stabbed by knives. How much more often is that than gun violence?
All right, but hold on. Now,
knives.
Well,
Knives and drunk driving.
No, the people die from knives.
Knives
more than
and drunk
guns?
driving. How more clear can I be?
Well, okay, drunk driving. It didn't really say pertaining
Of course
just
it
to
doesn't.
drunk driving. It said to just alcohol-related deaths, and that's
Okay.
Was way more than the gun violence. But
There you go.
Alcohol,
Okay.
Alcohol-related deaths could mean.
Oh, here we go.
Could mean. Oh, dude, it could.
Yeah,
be
that's fine. That's fine. Just
alcohol
keep
poisoning.
kicking it down the fucking field. Keep kicking it down the field, bro. Okay, so knife violence. How many people die from?
Let's see if you can weave it back around at least.
Death by knife violence is less than gun violence.
Okay. So all right. So let me ask you another question. So the gun that they want to ban the most, the AR-15. Do you know what bullet that shoots?
Is that what is it? Tell me, 357 or something?
Holy shit! No.
I don't own a gun.
357 Magnum is a whole different thing. So you don't know anything about guns. So you should not have any say in it at all whatsoever because you don't know. Just like the politicians that don't know.
But I have freedom of speech, don't I? And I can look at statistics.
Sure you do.
And more to be fair,
yeah,
more people
because you believe everything you read.
More people in the U.S. don't own guns than own guns. So I don't know what point you're trying to make.
I'm sorry, what?
More people in the U.S. do not own a firearm than own a firearm.
How many firearms are there in the U.S. compared to the amount of people that are in the U.S.?
There's more guns than people, but it is concentrated within a minority of the population.
Us MAGA people, right?
Well, no, not just MAGA people, but like you can own a gun and not be MAGA. Like that's obvious, but I'm just saying there's more people who don't own guns than do. So what's your point here? I don't have permission to speak on the issue because I don't own a gun.
No, you can speak on the issue, but you should have no say in it because you don't know anything about it. That's the problem. If you knew something about it, then I would respect your opinion.
like if it comes forward,
if you knew something about it, I would respect your opinion, but you don't know anything.
But dude, if it comes forward and a governor says, "Oh, I want to ban this,"
Because the governor says.
Okay, dude, let me finish. If a governor said, "Hey, I want to ban this certain type of caliber of bullet," then I wouldn't just blankly say, "Oh yeah, of course, that's good." You'd have to say, "Okay, well, what is that round like? What is the use for that bullet? If it's like these crazy fucking like 80 caliber like A10 Warthog rounds." Yeah, I don't think
80 caliber. Where the fuck you getting on with that? Anyway, stop talking because you're making yourself sound more dumb.
Like there's certain weapons and certain arms that civilians shouldn't own.
We used to be able to. We can still own cannons. You realize this, right? We can still own cannons.
Yeah, but how effective is your cannon gonna be, man?
Oh, here we go. This is where we get into that argument. Oh, what's your cannon gonna do against my F-35, right?
Yeah, that or even just what you're gonna.
There we go.
You're gonna trailer.
You just proved my fucking point, bro. I don't give a shit what you have. Why regulate what I have just because of what you have?
Wait, all right, hold on. Let's get back to the original point because the argument was still like, why does Leo feel like the Second Amendment needs to be amended?
Why does it? It's just because America makes constitutional amendments. It's not out of left field to suggest if there's comprehensive and like pretty like fucking common sense. I know you hear that.
Common sense.
Now, Leo, look. Okay, look. I get what you're saying on that point. Yes, amendments can be amended, but what would be your argument? If you were standing in front of Congress today, what would be your argument of why we need to amend this? Why do we do? Yeah.
What? But just again, it's just the amount of firepower that one person can like possess on their persons at any one time. I don't think was really forethought. And there was a guy in chat who gave me the model of a gun from the 1700s that could shoot multiple rounds with an air cartridge. As like a disapproval of the founding fathers knew that where arms were going. I simply just don't agree with that, but whatever, he's entitled.
Then you lost the fucking point, bro. You've lost the whole fucking point of the Second Amendment. You lost the whole point of the Second Amendment at that point. The point of the Second Amendment was to stand up to a tyrannical government if it should arise, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why should we be regulated as to what the government has if we can't stand up to the fucking government? And you can say that whole nonsense of, oh, well, we have F-35s. You think the military is going to come and like bomb fucking American people because the president says so?
So what? So the point of your militia would be to what? Raid the state house and murder the politicians?
Oh, here we go. What, January 6th? Is that what you're getting at?
No, I'm saying if it's not like the militia fighting up against M1 Abrams tanks and F-35 jets because the U.S. military won't bomb their own people, what is your militia fighting against? Just
a tyrannical government.
Yeah,
bro. And I have a movie for you to watch, bro.
Okay.
All right, go watch. 1 second. Let me go find it. Seth, you know what movie I'm talking about? Oh, Civil War.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Go watch it.
Ain't good?
Oh, bro, it's fucked up, but it's great.
Yeah.
Cool.
It has a very strong
message. I like the studio that did that movie. So I mean, I just haven't seen it yet.
What was it called? Civil War? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh shit! Who's talking right now?
That was Zoloff.
Zoloff. I'm sorry.
Oh, Zoloff. All right, Zoloff. I'm going to give permission for S.E.T to give you my Voodoo login.
Oh, good lord. Okay.
Do not buy anything on there. Do not make me change my password again.
I'm not gonna fuck with your stuff, dude.
All right. Set, can you please send him my Voodoo login, bro? You can watch it for free on my dime.
Oh, that's what you're sending me for? Oh, no, dude. I already got I've got all of these motherfuckers, bro. I watch everything for free, brother. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate it.
So you're pirating shit?
Oh,
Hey,
wait,
I never
legal
said that.
subscription. Hey, legal
Whoa,
subscription.
I never
Legal
said that.
subscription. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know about 20 people who've got 20 subscriptions, sir. How about that?
All right. Just checking.
Anyways, I want to just ask you a question real quick, Leo. If let's say today they were to amend the Second Amendment and we were to get rid of all of our, high-powered rifles, high magazine rifles, things like that.
I'm gonna say I gotta interrupt you there, but fuck you, bullshit. No, that's all a bunch of garbage. But go ahead.
I don't believe in that.
It's hypothetical, but listen, my point is that if they were to take, it's easy to say, if they did a buyback program or whatever, isn't the damage already done? I mean, the guns and the ammunition's already out there. I mean, you think they're gonna be able to get all those back or what? I don't.
No, I don't. And I mean, unless they really incentivize buyback programs, obviously not forced buyback programs, but if it's like they really incentivize, I know a few cities in California really did it and got like a few thousand guns off the street, which is good, but what?
Bro, you realize what people brought in, right?
Yeah, they were probably like fucking guns used in murders and stuff.
No, bro. They 3D printed this shit and handed them in for fucking money, and it cost them pennies on the fucking dollar to make it. They handed it in for hundreds of fucking dollars. California is a fucking failed fucking state, bro.
I mean, they're like the 7th largest economy in the world, so I wouldn't say they're a failed state, but okay.
Oh, all right, let's go with that. I'm assuming you live there. No. Washington, Oregon.
Nah, man.
Where are you from then?
I'm from Montreal.
Oh, you're in Canada. Fuck you, bro. You can take your fucking politics and shove them up your ass with your fucking thumb. You can go hug Trudeau and
this by
kiss his fucking asshole with tongue and all. I don't give a flying fuck what the fuck you say anymore. Fuck off, bro.
Do you think I automatically support Trudeau?
I don't give a shit. You live in fucking Canada. What fucking say do you have here? None. None at all. Bro, I'm so done.
I will say, and primarily when we come to this topic, like Second Amendment, obviously it's different for me to be commenting on this. But when last week we were talking about economic stuff, it is quite pertinent because your country's misdeeds have direct correlation with my country's misdeeds and shit like that. So
boo-hoo, bro. Boo-hoo.
What do you mean?
How about your floppy-headed ass sucks my balls? How about that? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, you're done. You're over with. I thought you were an American. Nah, you're a Canadian. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
You don't? Okay. Well, I will say, the economic policy
don't care.
Still stands.
Still don't care.
Okay, you don't have to care, but I'm just saying it's an.
You live in
policy.
Canada, bro.
Okay,
why are you constantly on here talking shit? You live in Canada. You aren't an American.
But I'm promoting. But I'm promoting the. Idea.
I'm sorry, Set. I am sorry, but I'm so done.
Question that is like related to Canada. Do you support Trudeau?
No, I don't, and I'm because he's a fucking ass clown. He's a piece of shit. He invited a goddamn Nazi into our parliament. Did y'all hear about that?
Bro, yeah, Leo, I have respect for you on that, but at the same time, you're still fucking Canadian. Your floppy-headed ass can go somewhere else.
Okay, thanks, Dave. But yeah, what was I gonna say?
So he invited a Nazi.
Yeah, he invited a Nazi. I mean, the one good thing. Actually, I don't even know if you can say that. No.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Daniel. Yeah, you know, Daniel, ready in on the call. Shout out Daniel.
Yo,
Welcome.
Daniel.
He's kind of been a shitter, and it's going to be a conservative sweep next election for sure.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
I hope so.
It's the way it fucking goes, bro. Daniel, what's up, bro? Oh, Daniel broke his shit.
All right, but no, he's not muted. But all right.
No, he broke his shit.
Well, shoot, though. All right, then. Well, at least we had that conversation. That was a little bit interesting. We did not know you was Canadian. But,
yeah, I had no idea. I thought you were American, bro. Leo, I'm sorry I tried to turn you.
Can you hear me now?
Huh?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
All right, Leo, let's take this into example.
Oh, all right, here we go.
Number 3 in gun violence, right?
Huh? Say again?
America's number 3 in gun violence, right?
Okay. Sure.
So you take out Chicago, St. Louis, Philadelphia, Detroit, Los Angeles, which are all Democratic cities. Guess what? Out of 193 countries, we become 189th. You take out them Democratic cities, gun violence goes down.
So shouldn't we allow for those cities to maybe put more like fucking gun restrictions in there? I get,
Criminals don't care about gun laws, bro. Like, come on.
I get
Dude,
that. but
I'm a
there's still-
cop.
but there's
They
still-
don't care. They're going to get their guns whether we keep them away from them or not.
I
That's
know.
why they're called criminals.
Yeah, I totally see that. I totally see that point, but there's still plenty of gun violence that is committed by people who have legally bought a gun. So
yo, can you find that stat for me, Leo?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go find that and share it. Email it to Set. He'll show it.
Oh yeah, sure.
In the United States. Not your
criminals. We're number 3 right now. But we take out the criminals, we become 189th out of 193. That makes no sense there, Leo.
Hey, Daniel.
I think where Leo's coming from
Oh,
is
I think Don's already got it. He said 10% of all gun crime.
Right. I think he's coming from like smash shooters and like domestic violence kind of stuff. Is that where you're kind of thinking, Leo?
Whatever. Hey, Daniel.
Anyways, what's up?
Yo, you're that cop from down south I told you not to beat up black people, right?
Yep.
Oh, I remember that one.
That'd be me.
What's up, brother?
I'm sitting here at work.
You tased any black people today?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I'm still young.
Yo. I'm dying, bro. What state are you in? Just curious.
Alabama.
Yeah, of course, Alabama. The accent matches, bro.
But no, everything I couldn't listen to that Leo character no more. I was like, this is dumb.
Yeah, Tori, no, I'm not going to stop it. I'm still an ass. So that's the way I am. Suck it up and deal with it. I'm sorry. I'm just responding to the chat that I'm seeing. Sorry.
But all right then. Okay.
James, have at it. What's up?
All right. Wait. Was there anybody who had any other arguments on here now that I'm adding the rest of y'all?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Yo.
Oh, I have some arguments here. I want to point out something.
Don's?
It's Don's.
Oh yeah, I know crime statistics. I know crime statistics for other countries. So actually, the United Kingdom, right, like Britain, has a higher crime rate than the United States. Statistically,
Knife
their
violence?
Knife crime.
For all of more, they have more overall crime and violent crime than we do per capita for their population.
Dons,
Because
I'm going
they
to
only
stop you
have a-
there because I'm a good citizen American here. Dons, I'm going to stop you right there. They have more knife crime rather than gun crime.
Oh, more violent crime than we do in general.
No, stop.
Yeah.
You're kicking the goalposts now. And I'm going to give you shit.
Well, no, I'm talking overall violent crime. Okay, not just knife crime,
I don't
not
care.
just gun crime.
I want specifics, bro.
Because we have a we have a population of like 300 and something million, and Britain only has a population of like 120 million. And when you look at how many violent crimes there are a year with a population of 120, 130 million, it's like 10 times the United States. So,
Dons, bro, I get that, but at the same time, no. I don't care.
Well, hang on, guys. Hang on. I think we're getting too far off, right?
Who's hanging on me?
Leo needs to be let back in real quick.
Yeah, let Leo back in.
But so, Leo, I was trying to get to you before you left last time you spoke. But I was actually one of the only people that I think agreed with your profile. I think it was you talking about the way people punish kids. So I'll give you credit for that. But I am against you on this one here, and I'm going to start why, right? I think our amendments are in order in importance by number. Number one being the most important, right? And then you also got to figure around the same time the Second Amendment came out. We also had an amendment that protected ourselves from search and seizure and our person and our effects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what was happening when America was first founded, right? You know, the whole country, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the whole history with the Mayflower and the first settlers and all the way up until the revolution and stuff like that. But there was a time when America needed to protect itself, right? So
I get that.
A well-regulated militia at that time was either people who were called on or people who stepped up.
I would say it is very fortuitous that obviously the Second Amendment gets put in as they're fighting or just won a revolutionary war, right? It's where they kind of banded together and got any guns and any guys they could, right? So obviously they would be in favor of supporting that in the future. So I just, again, the scope and the population and everything is wildly different. We're not in the 1700s anymore. So
I see what you're saying, but you have to understand, even though things are much more stable and time has progressed a lot, there's still a need for a well-regulated militia. And what a well-regulated militia is, and I don't think I think the actual federal government leaves it up to the states to define what it is, and each state has their own special definition. But in my opinion, it's any man, woman, or child who's ready to step up and defend their family from anything. And the second important
there you go, brother.
It's still important today for simple facts, just like we have the cartel on the southern border. Okay, we are an isolated country, but we're not. The only reason we're invincible is because we have the Second Amendment. I see your whole, and as far as cities go, and I will tell, I live in Boston. I'm not sure. I mean, Montreal. I have respect for Montreal. It's a couple hours away from here. I have family in Montreal.
Pretty brutal rivalry.
Architecture is similar, and some of the people think kind of the same way. It's very small like that, but the way the big cities work, and this is the problem with and just look, why do we need the Second Amendment? Look what happened in Korea today, or yesterday, it was. But having guns responsibly, everybody that does it, there's the only problems that we have are people encroaching on us as far as the government coming to check on what we have or making laws saying you can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, I do agree with you. We shouldn't own cannons, or bombs or stuff like that. I've personally known someone I don't know them anymore. Someone up in Maine that had grenades. I mean, they were illegal. Whatever. I was like, what the fuck? You guys got grenades? This is fucking crazy.
James, fuck you at this point.
You know, but,
James, fuck you. Who cares?
No, I know, but no, you shouldn't have bombs, dude. You shouldn't have like, and as far
There's
as like,
lots of people
you know, as far
care.
as you were saying, someone was saying the military, and if anything,
James, hear me out. Hear me out, James.
Wait, wait 1 second. Let me say my.
Okay.
Quick. If it ever
I got
came
you.
to if it ever came to the point, right, where the government felt the need to ever even try to use the military against the people, the military is not. They are going to turn on the commander in chief. Okay, they're not going to turn on the
understood and correct.
I don't think any under circumstance we have to worry about our military, because you know what, our military is it's our friends and our family. And you look at the red map, right? You see our map. It's all our friends and family.
Right,
it's never going to happen.
James,
I can promise you, military or cops will not infringe on the Second Amendment.
Yo, everybody, shut the fuck up. Hey, James, can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, the military will not turn on us. But you have these fucking idiots saying, like, oh, well, we have nuclear bombs, we have this, we have that. Why should and I'm asking you your opinion, do you think that the American people should not have the right to own, I'm not saying bombs or nuclear bombs or anything like that, but do you think the American people should not be allowed to own any type of firearm?
I own a firearm.
You don't?
I think I do. I do own one. I have a 22 long rifle.
No. My question is, do you think the American people should not have the right to own any type of firearm? I'm saying firearms. I'm not saying bombs or anything like that.
So, well, see, it depends. Do I think like, should a regular person be able to go to the store and buy a 1,000-round machine gun? No, I don't think you should be able to do that. I think if you but obviously there's processes, right?
You need to stop right there. James, you need to stop. James, stop right there. No person can go and buy a machine gun.
Unless
no random person in this country can go buy a machine gun.
You can get permits.
It doesn't.
People have RPG 7s.
Dude, it's really hard to get those licenses.
No, you're all stop moving the fucking goalpost. I can't go to a fucking store and buy a fucking machine gun. That does not fucking exist.
You can't go to the store and buy a machine gun, but I could drive 5 minutes into the projects and pick up something real nice. You know?
Exactly, because it's illegal.
Yeah, machine guns are only. Well, actually, you could modify. You could buy a kit and modify a regular gun.
Holy fucking shit!
You can You can modify not the trigger. You can modify.
Yes,
the whole
but it's illegal. So making laws, the criminals don't fucking care about. So stop making fucking laws that prohibit the legal abiding citizens from owning. Like, stop it.
I will say, it is not illegal to own a machine gun in the United States. You just need your tax stamps.
No.
And if you want to own a
yes, you got to pay money to the government. But it's a process. Don't just say it's like, oh no, it's not illegal. No, you have to pay the money.
Yeah.
You have to do the paperwork.
So
there's a fucking process, and it's a long fucking process.
Yeah, but Dave,
yeah, I literally own an
illegal.
M60 belt-fed machine gun in real life. So I mean, yeah, I know.
But what I'm saying is, it's not. You can't just go to a gun store and be like, "I want a machine gun," and they hand it to you.
Oh
like,
hell no! Hell no!
But dude, what's the difference if you could still just get your hand? Like, so it's better. It's better that you can't just walk into a store to get it, but you can still apply for it, and maybe it takes a few months.
What, get it illegally? Bro, you are
it
done,
takes more
bro.
than a few months.
You are so done with that comment. You are over.
Hold on real quick. For inquiring minds, though, how the hell would you get a machine gun?
So you would have to apply. Yeah, you got to get all the permits you need. If you
Yeah,
need it, you might
you
also
have to
need an
apply for a
NFA tax
permit,
stamp.
which has to go through the federal government. You have to pay a fucking tax stamp, and then you have to pay the insane amount they want for those guns, which is like 10 plus grand.
And that's good.
Yes, illegals are people that are not following the law are owning these fucking weapons. Like, stop it.
And go
But
through an
no, you can
extensive
go get
background
a
check.
fucking Glock switch. Shut the fuck up. You can go get a fucking Glock switch for fucking cheap. And if you know how to take down a Glock, unlike the ATF, you take down a Glock, you put it on the fucking back, and it turns into a fucking automatic fucking weapon. But it's still only fucking handheld. So you're not going to have the fucking aim that you should have with it. Then you have my fucking state governor who blocks 50 cal. You can't own 50 cal in fucking New Jersey. This dude's like, oh, you shoot down helicopters. I'm sorry. What fucking criminal are you finding that's spending 8+ grand on a fucking 50 cal fucking bolt action fucking rifle, or even a semi-automatic 10+ grand one that's gonna shoot down a fucking helicopter? Stop.
You never heard of like
Dave,
terrorists?
And all right, guys.
It
Now
would
going
be
forward
that
here, we are
criminal
going to
that
start
would do
timing
it.
responses because we do need to start respecting people's, and what they're saying here. So then, all right, no more cutoffs. Let's let everybody finish. All right. Perfect.
I'm here.
All right, who's going to talk next?
Well, Dave. So you just never heard of like a terrorist that would buy that to shoot at planes or something? Like. What do you
Okay,
mean?
so in one state they're gonna block that?
Maybe, I don't know. He did that. I don't know what his reasonings were to ban it.
Bro, you're still
it's
from Canada. I don't give a
unconstitutional.
fuck what the fuck you say. Let's move on. Thank you.
I got a 50 cal. I ain't shotting them helicopters down.
Yup.
well,
exactly. Oh, bro,
This is
you're
kind
from
of-
Canada. Go the
this is
fuck
kind of-
home.
This is kind of circular. I'm not gonna lie.
Stop sharpening your ice skates to come take our cheese. Thank you. Hey, you guys want to hear me piss live on camera?
No.
Whoa, Dave. Whoa.
No.
Okay.
I'm kidding. Relax, you fucking morons.
But at the end of the day, okay, so someone mentioned about like gun violence in the United States, and like, so you realize that more people die in the United States from the flu than they do to gun violence?
Yep.
Yeah, but
So are you gonna ban people from going outside when they have the flu because X amount of people die? It's the same concept of when you're trying to ban guns because, and I think it's roughly like 15 to 20,000 people a year. But when you look at the other side of the statistically, guns save 3 million lives a year. So I'm sorry, but that 20,000 that may die to occasional, gun violence in the United States does not compare to the 3 million lives guns save. So the benefits out,
Mm-hmm. I think I agreed with you on that point a while back, Dons. I can't remember what we were talking about, but yeah, and that's why I'm not in favor of banning guns or getting rid of the Second Amendment. I'm just saying you could still have millions of lives saved if you had your handgun, or if you're still allowed to hold your,
No. You're still willing to amend the Second Amendment. Stop it, bro. And even still, you're Canadian, so nobody gives a fuck.
Okay.
Also, an
Just
automatic
saying,
rifle
it doesn't
isn't
matter
any
if
more
I'm
dangerous.
Canadian. I'm still saying the points that like American liberals and Democrats make for those.
Of course you are, because you're a fucking Canadian.
That's also because they were never educated.
Let me figure out something real quick. Leo, Pierre
Yes.
or Trudeau?
Pierre.
Wow, that's surprised the shit out of me.
How?
What? Hell, the way you talking about
Surprisingly, dude, like people aren't monoliths, and you can't just derive every political affiliation you want from them based on one position they may hold.
That's true. All right.
I mean, that's
All
also
right.
good.
Okay, that's all well and good, but why are we still taking comments from a Canadian about American fucking politics or policies?
Believe it or not, man, I'm actually like it's my minor in university right now is American politics. So like
Oh,
I am
okay.
involved in
Well,
it
I'm
because
sorry
you are our
for you
closest
spending on
neighbor.
that, you fucking moron.
Huh?
I'm sorry that you spent money on that
Okay, whatever.
because you don't
Oh,
fucking get it.
Okay,
You
well,
don't get America.
well, okay, Dave. Whatever you
what's
say.
going
Man.
on, Diamond? How can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear y'all.
Bon by Christmas.
Yes, bonbon by Christmas.
All right.
I ain't got no Southerner in here finally.
Man. All right, guys. So now, all right. So I guess we done worn out the topic enough, and let's just move on from this one, guys. I do have another video I do want to get to. I think y'all be pretty interested in it. All right, let's keep it going.
All right, love all you guys. I'm up and off.
All right, man. Appreciate you, Daniel, man. You have a good one. Be safe out there, man. Appreciate your service. All right. All right, guys. Shoot, y'all can hang in here with me for reaction. Appreciate y'all. Let's keep it going. And all right, guys. So, and if y'all want to pause, man, just shout out to me and I got y'all. But at least give the video like 5 minutes.
Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Lebanon. Systematically, the United States has done Netanyahu's bidding for almost 30 years now.
But blaming Israel for all of it, and fine, that's your view. Many people would say, no, it's
I'm blaming Netanyahu in particular. Overthrow governments in the neighborhood, expand the war, draw the United States in. The U.S. Is always available at Israel's behest.
You're never quite so keen to take a view that is anti-dictators. I mean, Assad is a pretty vile dictator.
It's sickening. It's tiring.
Man, and shout out Hell Batman with the $20 super chat, baller alert. He says, okay, real quick. He said, first thing, a republic is a government. Okay, yeah. First thing, a republic is a government made by the people for the people. Going back in 3 men, and here's an example. What would have been a good way to prevent Hamas taking hostages if each person had their own pew? I mean, damn, that's actually a pretty good idea. If Israel had the same type of gun laws we had, where every citizen could protect themselves, it'd have been pretty hard for Hamas to pull that one off. I mean, let Hamas try that in America. It'd have been low-key done. I mean, shoot. You imagine Hamas trying to do that in America, and they probably get shot up by, well, even women. But let's go. Shout out Hellbat.
Because these wars are disasters.
Do you think the CIA would launch a chemical weapons attack simply to smear Assad?
Of course it would. Are you kidding? It's done much worse than that.
President Trump campaigned in part on ending Putin's war on Ukraine and Israel's war on Hamas. An escalating crisis in Syria may now join that bulging in tray of foreign policy headaches. Rebel groups have seized control of most of Aleppo, shattering the stalemate of a brutal war that never formally ended. The attack is being led by Islamist militant group HTS, which is designated as a terror organization by the United States and the UK, among others. It appears to have caught President Bashar al-Assad and his allies by surprise. Putin's Russia have now launched airstrikes on rebel command centers in defense of al-Assad. But suddenly the conflict is red hot. More than 300,000 people have been killed since the Syrian civil war erupted in 2011. The resulting exodus of millions of Syrian refugees has had profound consequences for Western politics. The US has heavy fingerprints on many of the key junctions in this conflict and could play a decisive role in what happens.
And that's a great point, Hellby. He's like, why haven't we been full-scale takeover yet? Like a full-scale takeover, yeah. And that's the main reason why, because our people got guns.
Next, here to make sense of it is Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Professor Sachs, great to have you back.
Now, if you're a pro-Israel person, you might want to tune off the stream because you will be offended what this man has to say.
On Uncensored.
Great to be with you. Thank you, Pierce.
I always get a tremendous amount of feedback when you come on. Not all of it entirely positive for me, but that's fine. That's what a democracy is all about. Let me just start with your overview of what is happening in Syria and how significant you think it is.
I think it's interesting, as you pointed out, the U.S. Calls HTS a terrorist group, but obviously the U.S. is part of what's happening these days. Jake Sullivan said, well, yes, it's a terrorist group, but it is giving Assad a run for his money. Wink, wink. This is a U.S., Israel, Turkey operation. It is part of Netanyahu's long-term game plan that goes on for 30 years to overthrow governments throughout the Middle East that back the Palestinian cause. And they did apparently catch both the Russians and the Iranians and the Syrians off guard with this maneuver in recent days. At least that's what seems to be the case. But I'm sure that this is an Israel, U.S., and Turkish operation. Turkey has its own issues in this with the Kurds in Syria. For Israel, this is standard fare. Overthrow governments in the neighborhood, expand the war, draw the United States in, and the U.S. Is always available at Israel's behest.
And shout out, man. Hellbase, I'm not sure on if I could chime in or not. Try to, but it doesn't seem responsive. So maybe next time I could come out to break. Oh yeah, bro, no problem, bro. Just Hellbase, let me know when you in there, and I got you. I'll be checking. I'll be looking out for you. And shout out Daniel Wells. You said if Israel had gun laws like the South, open carry, own any legal pew pew, they would have been popped out of the airlock. Popped out of the air like duck hunting. Yeah, they would have been popped out of the air like duck hunting. I can see that. I could only imagine a whole bunch of terrorists try to fly down on the South. Like, you tried to paraglide down on the South. Oh, yeah, you're done. You're done.
To play games and expand.
Shoot, New York, up north, you might even have got that stuff off, like out here, and maybe even in Ohio, you could have got that off. But down south, it's just a done deal.
Definitely not
and
PA.
That's what we're seeing
We got open
right
carry
now.
laws.
From what we can get.
Yeah, definitely not PA.
Gather of sporadic and, of course, very incomplete reports, I don't think that this is going to topple Assad. There are reinforcements pouring in from Iraq, probably from Iran, probably the Syrian forces as well internally are regrouping after having been caught by surprise. But this is essentially at the core a Netanyahu operation.
What is wrong with theorizing that it might just be that Syrian rebels represent a large body of Syrians who actually do want to overthrow a dictator that they believe has had a malevolent effect on their lives, and they've chosen the moment to do it when Assad's big backer, Putin, is being massively stretched in the war in Ukraine, and they probably felt now's as good a time as ever.
Yeah, whatever may be true or not about that, wars cost a lot of money. They require a lot of armaments. They require a lot of logistics. They require a lot of intelligence. I don't mean mental intelligence. I mean information gathering and so forth. And wars are not fought out of sentiment. Wars are fought with money and armaments. And therefore, you can always find major powers behind these wars. And in the case of Syria, it was Obama in 2011 who tasked the CIA to work with the Saudis at the time and with Turkey at the time to overthrow Assad. This was at Israel.
I swear it's always Obama. When it does come to these war backgrounds in the Middle East, it's like, why does it always come back to Obama? Actually, you know what? Ukraine even goes back to Obama. Scary enough.
Behest, in my understanding and interpretation. But it required billions of dollars from the U.S., from Saudi Arabia, from Turkey, havens in Turkey, and so forth. And this is the normal point. these are not sentiments against Assad. These are organized wars, and wars are expensive, and that always means turn the attention back to the major powers, whether it's the regional powers or the United States standing behind them.
What is really interesting about the sort of modern history of all this is I was at CNN when the Arab Spring erupted soon after I joined, actually, in 2011. And a lot of those leaders, stroke dictators in that region were toppled.
Daniel waits. I'm gonna pay to let Dave back in. Yeah, he can come off as an ass, but guess what? That's the great thing about freedom of speech. Yeah, that's true. And that's the one reason why I kind of just let the man go. One, he did call out this man, and I'm just like, all right, well, I guess we're gonna have the back and forth. And the problem with Big Wave Dave and Leo like arguing is, well, Big Wave Dave, I'm gonna be real with you, your voice is kind of was over dominating his. And in that type of debate, you kind of need somebody to mediate that, like a mediator. So if Leo did want to come back, I promise I'll go ahead and mediate that to the best of my ability and put a leash on Big Wave Dave. Like, God damn it, bro. I'll let you off the chain this time, but come on, bro. Let's reel it in a little bit.
Hey, Seth.
Yeah.
Can I comment on, like, for people who don't know why the U.S. blindly backs Israel, it's because the Jewish community owns 40% of our economy. It is what it is. That's why.
All right, man. Yeah, that's also true. And they also do on other things in America, but
yeah,
it is what it is with them. I think me and you came to that conclusion. Like, it is what it is with them, unless, like, I guess it would literally take, I guess, agents in our government, people in our government who truly care about, I guess, the American sovereignty, to honestly rise up against it. And I'm gonna be real with you, as long as we have things like believe it's APAC. Yeah, that's gonna be a hard one. That's gonna be a hard one to do.
Yeah, they would have to pass laws that prevent companies and from using their power to force the United States government to make decisions for them to even fix this issue. But then people would scream and say, that's against capitalism. It's really not, though.
All right. Now, we do got Big Wave Dave and Leo back in here, man. So I appreciate y'all for tuning back in. All right. Now we are going to keep on with the reaction, though. Like I said, if y'all want to tune in or y'all feel like y'all got anything y'all disagree on, hey, just let me know. And shout out my man Daniel Castro, man. I'm for gun classes in elementary school. Learn the truth before they are indoctrinated. I had a gun at 10. I learned the value of responsibility. And shout out Daniel Castro, man. Sure, I mean, for real, bro. There's kids who done had guns at single-digit age, and all of a sudden, I mean, it works out. It is just a rare few kids that just go out there and shoot up a school, but the problem is that it happens, and there's a lot of people affected by that one cause. It's almost like the whole trans debate. It's like, just like, it may be a small amount, but that one trans woman walking into that girl's bathroom F's it up for a pretty large amount of women. All right, let's keep it going.
But Assad managed to avoid it. And I found a quote. This is Barack Obama, president at the time, of course, August the 20th, 2012, talking about his red line for Assad.
We have been very clear to the Assad regime, but also to other players on the ground, that a red line for us is we start seeing a whole bunch of chemical weapons moving around or being utilized. That would change my calculus. That would change my equation.
Now, what happened is that shortly after that, that's exactly what happened. Assad used chemical weapons, and that as a result, Obama was, by his own words, obligated to do something about it, but didn't. He ducked his own red line. And it was at that moment that Vladimir Putin, who I remember, I'm sure you do as well, suddenly wrote extraordinarily an op-ed.
Oh, man, shout out guest dude. He said, Turkey is one to watch. Their president is gunning for some heavy Golden King status and just formed an international jihad private military company. Oh, damn. Well, all right, Turkey's making moves as well. I always did say, man, like, this whole problem in the Middle East is like turning up other countries as well. It's not just like, you know, Libya and Syria that's like that are irritated by what's going on in Israel.
Headpiece in the New York Times, of all places. And then he moved in to support Assad and effectively took control as Assad's main supporter in Syria. And many people think that that was the catalyst for a lot of the problems that then followed. Is that an accurate assessment of what happened, do you think?
Not really, although I did witness some of that close up, even at the G20 in St. Petersburg around the time of these events. What this starts, and it's really fascinating to go back. It starts in 1996 with Netanyahu, who wrote a book called Fighting Terrorism. And the thesis of the book is quite straightforward and very dangerous. He says, there's Hamas, there's Hezbollah, they oppose Israel. It's not good for us to fight them directly. That won't work. What we need to do is topple the governments that back them. So what we need is regime change throughout the Middle East. And he actually gave a long list of 7 countries that included Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Lebanon. And systematically, the United States has done Netanyahu's bidding for almost 30 years now, going to war with every one of them, except for the big one that Netanyahu so much longs for, which is the war directly between the United States and Iran. But the U.S. went to war with Syria in 2011. Secretly, of course, this was what's called Operation Timber Sycamore. It was Obama assigning the CIA to overthrow Assad. Overtly, the United States overthrew Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. It's interesting, Piers, to go back to 2002. This is after 9/11, of course, to watch Netanyahu as being the lead cheerleader for the U.S. to overthrow Saddam Hussein. Now we have a treasure trove of documents coming out that this was really a war on Israel's behalf. Everything about the weapons of mass destruction was phony, known to be phony inside the U.S. government. But this was the argument that was given, and Netanyahu was there in Washington telling him it'll be just great if you.
And shout out Guest He said the problem with Turkey's move is it signals the potential end to the nation state and the start of a new, a new medievalism and rogue Satan. Wait, statism? I never heard about that before. I have to look that one up. I'm actually gonna have to look that one up, yes, dude.
Out Saddam Hussein, it's going to topple all the rest of the governments. The idea was, incidentally, that Saddam would be toppled and then the U.S. military would go right into Syria right away. But then an insurgency trapped the United States inside Iraq so that the Syrian war was actually delayed 8 years. But what we're watching is this crazy Netanyahu idea of regional war so that Israel can have its greater Israel, as they call it. In other words, everything is to stop the Palestinian cause, and the U.S. keeps being involved in these wars. And there was Jake Sullivan again today explaining, terrorists, who cares about terrorists? We're toppling Assad. And this is again for the Israel lobby, basically.
But look, you're blaming Israel for all of it, and fine, that's your view. Many people would say, no, it's
I'm blaming Netanyahu in particular.
Right, and that's very clear. But America, they would say, look, we've been actively engaged in a lot of regime change.
Yeah, but either you blame Netanyahu or just the settlement in general, they're going to call you anti-Semitic. So it kind of doesn't really matter what position you take. You're still going to get the label. Now, as far as explaining those positions, I mean, it is a bit extreme to say that, it's just Israel in general just causing all this trouble at the moment. I mean, it started it, but let's be real, Netanyahu's was really taking it there. As soon as, let's be real, Netanyahu didn't have to, honestly retaliate to October 17th. He could have negotiated with Hamas, and he could have made some concessions. instead of just go full blown out, ramming on these niggas with all types of guns and missiles and bombs and making themselves out to be what? I'm gonna be real with you. It's gonna sound harsh, but damn near the shit stain of the world because everybody's thinking y'all committing a genocide, or the debate can be made if or if not. What do y'all think? How do y'all feel about this? Like when it comes to the whole Benjamin Netanyahu's reaction to Hamas, do y'all think it constitutes that? Well, does it warrant it being called a genocide or no?
Didn't the ICJ or the ICC say it was? Like they said he's a war criminal. I know Trudeau said he would arrest him if he were to come into the country. I don't know if that's true, but
No, that's true.
Yeah, a few other leaders have said the same thing, that they would respect the ICC or whatever ICJ's decision. So I mean, it's kind of hard to turn away some of it it's like one of the most well documented conflicts I think in the modern age that we've seen. And when people see everyday kids getting blown up and families torn apart, like it's kind of hard not to it's hard not to shake that feeling for a lot of people when it comes to what's happening in Gaza right now and what's going on in the West Bank right now too. They're actually starting to annex further and further into the West Bank as we speak. So
yeah, that's actually true. Everything you're saying is true on that point. All right, anybody else? And great point, Leo. All right.
And attempted regime change in that region for a specific reason. These countries are being run by malevolent dictators who have a hatred of the United States, and it's in our self-interest. Never mind anybody else's. I mean, could the two things be true at the same time? Yes, it suits Netanyahu and his bigger view of the region. I'm sure that's true, but it could also be absolutely in their belief in America's interests to do this. I mean, I don't agree with them, but could it be that is a genuine belief on their part?
I agree with you that it's absurd because what has it gotten us? $7 trillion of war spending, massive debts, and chaos throughout the Middle East, from Libya, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon. It's complete bloodbath for more than 25 years now. And so it doesn't accomplish anything. I think it's extremely naive, and I think it's extremely wrong-headed. And I blame Netanyahu for it. He spelled it out. It's his strategy. We've tried it. We've done what he said. We're doing it today again in Syria. It's a disaster. It's time to say, run your own country, we'll run our country. That's my view.
In 2018, we both wrote pieces about the situation in Syria then. I wrote mine for the Daily Mail. This is after a suspected chemical weapons attack in Douma in Syria, left dozens killed, including many young children. I said that the use of chemical weapons by Assad was on Obama's conscience, and it would ultimately embolden only one man, Vladimir Putin. You said on your website at the same time, the US and its allies should face reality and accept the persistence of Assad's regime, despicable as it may be.
Yeah, one thing, by the way, Piers, and honestly, you don't know and I don't know, there's a very significant argument among very knowledgeable people that the chemical weapons was a false flag. And if you know American foreign policy, false flags are the essence of
But that
CIA
hasn't been proven,
operation.
as you know. I mean, that's just a theory.
No, it absolutely not proven. Not proven either way. But I know experts that are real experts who say, well, they say at a minimum, it's absolutely not proven, but some of them say this is absolutely all of the signature of a false flag operation. And some say this is why Obama didn't go farther, because it was laid out to him. This was not even Assad doing this. This was the, quote, rebels under CIA authority. And if you study the CIA, as I have for a lifetime, you know that false flags are actually their MO. Are
you seriously suggesting that Barack Obama and his government and the CIA under his tenure launched a chemical weapons attack on Syrian people, killing a lot of civilians. Do you seriously think that's what happened?
Oh, I'm not saying that Obama did it. Most of the time when the CIA does things, the presidents have no idea what the CIA is doing.
But you think the CIA would launch a chemical weapons attack simply to smear Assad?
Of course it would. Are you kidding? It's done much worse than that. It launches coups, assassinations, wars. The whole history of the United States after 1947 is bring down
if you
one
don't mind me
government
saying,
after
Jeffrey,
another.
but here's my point. Why you're always very keen to take a view, even if they're unproven, that is very anti-America. You're never quite so keen to take a view that is anti-dictators. I mean, Assad is a pretty vile dictator. Vladimir Putin is a vile dictator. Do you accept that your views are, I wouldn't say that they are twisted, but perhaps they're slightly jaundiced by the fact that your instinct is always that America's probably to blame unless they can prove otherwise?
No, it's not whether they're dictators or not. It's what the United States' role is. I don't believe that any country can arrogate this task of bringing down other countries' governments. The CIA has been involved in probably 90 or 100 covert regime change operations since it was founded in 1947. My whole life has been the United States at war. It's sickening. It's tiring because these wars are disasters. So it's just not our business to say that one's despicable, that one has to go. But literally, by the way, this is what Obama did. It's a shame that he did this. He said, Assad must go.
Yeah.
Well, come on. When he said that, by the way, in 2011 and 2012, and Hillary Clinton said that, I said, oh my God, here we go again. And literally, Piers, it's been 13 years of mass killing since then. No resolution at all. Completely predictable. This is what I'm against.
On a point of principle, when Obama said, if Assad uses chemical weapons, we will act, and then didn't act, from a purely political perspective, did that open the door for Putin to then just come in and have significantly higher influence in Syria and the region than he would otherwise have had?
Well, remember, just on this one fact, because it's really important, it is said in our newspapers all the time, Russia intervened in Syria. Russia intervened in Syria. Russia came into Syria in 2015. The United States planned to overthrow Assad dates to 2011. Russia came in 4 years afterward. We should never have done that. This was Netanyahu's provocation. He wanted wars in all those countries that I listed. Why are we doing Netanyahu's work when it is a failure anyway? So Russia didn't jump in and we had to react. Russia came in 4 years after we started this. We started this because Syria was on Netanyahu's list. And it was literally a list, by the way.
Now, I ain't gonna lie. Netanyahu had a list of, ironically, Muslim regimes or Muslim-led governments. He just had a list of them that he just wanted to take it out. And let's be real, America took each and every one of them out for this man. He had to lift the finger. America did. And that's just the pure fact of the matter. And I think that's honestly going to be a ding on us throughout history. The fact that, we kind of did just let Israel run us around, taking out different Islamic countries until what? Until what? They finally teamed up on Israel? Well, that's going to be the story. But anyway, though, sure, I do want to get some of y'all thoughts on that. But first, though, hey, Seth, man. Hey, Seth, how you doing, sis?
I'm all right. I just want to just bring to attention. I don't know how much of y'all know how TikTok lives, get how feisty, TikTok lives get nowadays on there. I don't know if any of you, are on TikTok at all?
Yeah, no, I trust me, I see.
But the reason why I'm pointing this out is because the reason why also I said about Leo yesterday, how he's very calm compared to the ones that are on TikTok, are more vicious and more really at your face type of liberal. And but Leo, I can tell that you're trying to understand. I mean, I can definitely tell that you're trying to understand everything that's going on. And I know that Dave can get a little bit feisty. That's why I say about, of course, his evil laugh.
Yeah.
Um,
Despite the big wave Dave propaganda, I will not be painted as a screaming liberal.
I'm weak. I can respect it. We can respect it.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. You're
No,
not.
I get
You're
that. I was
not. You're
just,
not that.
I know, I
Yeah.
was just making a little joke.
No. I totally get that too, and that's what I mean. You're separated from those people. Those people are the ones that, in my opinion, Big Wave Dave needs to go after. Those ones more. Like if we could bring one of those ones in this chat room, then yeah, I'll be like, okay, go for it, Dave.
We
But
had one. Don't you remember Troublemaker?
Yeah, Troublemaker, never.
Troublemaker, I still felt like he was weak compared to the ones that are on TikTok.
I mean, he was a screaming liberal, though. Man straight up attacked me for 2 hours just because I was white.
That's fucked.
While I was on camera and I'm white and I'm wearing my Trump hat.
Well, you're a
But
woman.
he was picking
Remember,
at you.
it's the white man, bro, not the white woman.
That doesn't matter on TikTok. Trust me, on TikTok they'll pick at you no matter what, whoever you are.
I'm still thinking, right? To get back onto that video, listening to this guy on the right, he was very, very smart. We got to get rid of the whole CIA to begin with.
Preach.
If we need CIA and like if we need intelligence, like it's been a long time, but in the last few months, I've really started to understand like the actual intelligence. You know what I mean? And where Trump was using more private intelligence and hired intelligence versus what we're doing, just trying to flip countries and stuff. It's just insane.
True.
Been that way for a while. It's kind of fucked how long it's been going on for.
I mean, we did a false flag operation back during the Spanish-American War over in the Philippines, where it's never been proven, but I mean, Spain said they didn't sink that ship, and I mean,
According to the guy Jeffrey, we did 80, 90 coups or whatever it was. We flipped 80 different countries, and there's people in America here that want reparations, and there's 80 countries out there that really deserve them.
Yeah, all under the guise of freedom too.
Yeah, that's sad.
I'm glad we can all agree on that. That's a. If we couldn't agree on that, that would have been a pretty
Crazy. Yeah, nah. I ain't gonna lie. I can agree with you on that one, Lee. I'm like, this is crazy. Because this is something that I do see conservatives like, and they have this pro-Israel stance. I'm like, all right, we agree on everything else, but this part I just can't condone.
I understand why these people are pro-Israel, and I guarantee you a lot of them don't want to be pro-Israel.
Know from this remarkable story.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, I guarantee a lot of them out there don't want to be pro-Israel,
or just pro Netanyahu government,
or just pro net, like they don't want to be that. They're kind of forced to be. Like I said earlier, that whole 40% of the economy thing is a problem. That's a Trojan horse. If we do anything that like doesn't satisfy their needs, all they need to do is back out that 40% out of the economy, and we're in a depression worse than the Great Depression. We can't do anything. We just have to blindly follow them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Didn't they put it in? Was it through I can't remember when. But I'm pretty sure they were trying to pass a law to make it illegal to criticize AIPAC.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if that actually got passed, but they were talking about it, and it even that is just like so silly to me.
Yep.
And quick point. I don't know if like the guy who was talking to Pierce, he was spitting facts the whole time, but I can understand people who are like pro at least an Israeli state, you know. However, my conflict with that is, you know, because they want a place that they can be safe, you know, and not because given their history of persecution. But why the fuck would you pick the Middle East where you're surrounded by everyone who just wants you dead? That makes no sense. And the only logical
arguments
sense
for Madagascar. I don't know why they
well,
go there.
yeah, the only logical sense it can be is Israel is just the U.S. military base. It is the control for that bit of region, right? So that's why we are there to begin with. That's why we still have Air Force bases all over the Middle East, is just for like hanging on to these like little glimmers of control where we can, and being able to mobilize quickly should one of these countries act out of line. But it's just U.S. imperialism.
Yeah, that's fine. But all right, let's keep it going.
Of the former NATO commander, Wesley Clark, the supreme commander of NATO.
Yeah, no.
Wesley Clark went into the Pentagon, you know, after 9/11, and he was given the list of the 7 countries that we were going to take out in 5 years. This was Netanyahu's list.
Yeah, I mean, I know Wesley Clark well. I wanted to ask you, the ICC has issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu. Do you support that?
Of course.
But France's top appeals court.
I wish that some American presidents were on that list.
Right, and
if
many would agree with you. But I was then going to ask that in June this year, France's top appeals court ruled that there should be an arrest warrant for al-Assad, alleging his alleged conspiracy or complicity in crimes against humanity and war crimes. Would you support that?
I support the ICC and the ICJ, and I believe that we should try to make international law work because we're very close to global self-destruction. So I would like international law to work. Putin is under an ICC warrant. I would like Russia to defend its proposition that Putin's innocent or that Russia's innocent, or Israel to defend the proposition that they're innocent. This is what a legal process should be about. I don't like it when countries say, no, we don't.
Michael, if I was the Israeli government right now, or if I was one of their members, I'd be like, look, we got to throw out Benjamin Netanyahu to save our asses, because, I ain't getting held liable for this at the end of it. But let's let him get this win, and then we got to get him up out of here.
Support this or we don't support that. We should try to make these international institutions work, but have full accountability. When the ICC threatened that it would indict Netanyahu, we had half the Senate up in arms. We're going to sanction these judges. We're going to end the court. We're going to penalize them. No, we should have international law working properly. This would make for a much more peaceful world, actually.
I note you haven't specifically answered.
I don't believe, by the way, Piers, it's not one country doing it. For me, what is important is that this should be international. I'm a believer in the United Nations, maybe one of the few right now. I hope that's not true. I mean, the UN actually has broad public support, but it can't function when great powers are flagrantly ignoring its rule of law. I believe that all the great powers should submit to the UN Charter without their veto power, basically.
But just in relation to my specific question about the France top appeals court ruling an arrest warrant for al-Assad over very similar allegations to the ICC.
A French court?
Yeah, it's France's
court?
France's top appeals court in June 2024.
Yeah, look, I mean, a national court is not very interesting in this regard. France is one of the imperial powers of the Middle East, is hardly in a position to adjudicate about a leader in the Middle East. It would be interesting to have a good historical adjudication of France's role, which has been disastrous.
Man.
But I believe what we should be focused.
I ain't gonna lie. It seems like every country France done colonized just completely went into shitter. I'm just gonna be real with you. Everyone that France colonized, from the African ones to the Arab ones, it just doesn't matter. Just France is just. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. Hey, if you're gonna get colonized by any group of white people, just praise not France, because I don't get it.
Or the Belgians.
What's the worst thing the Belgians done? I've not heard too much about.
Look up what the Belgians did in the Congo. For rubber mainly, they fucked shit up, like one of the worst human rights violations probably ever.
Oh, was the 13 million killed?
Huh?
Was it the 13 million?
I don't know the exact number, but it was brutal.
I mean, I want to point out something. Canada, I'm looking at you. There's a reason why there's a running joke that you run when a Canadian's saying, "I'm about to stop saying sorry."
Yeah, after our World War prowess.
Oh man, you guys tested the Geneva Convention to its limit.
Yeah, we go sicko mode a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But hey, like we got our moments. We got Vimy Ridge and Juno Beach, I guess.
Oh man, Canadians scare me.
We're not all that bad.
All right, well, shoot, we'll have to get a little bit into Canadian politics a little bit, because since Trump is over here threatening y'all, talking about y'all gonna be our 51st state, I'm like, hold on now.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, but we'll see.
Yeah, I doubt Trudeau going.
That'll definitely be interesting.
I doubt any real Canadian going on the idea of nationalism. No Canadians going.
Yeah, I don't know.
sure
Just carving up Canada seems really weird. Like you'd have to kind of just consolidate the west coast of British Columbia with like Washington and Oregon, and then like Alberta is basically, if you don't know, Alberta's like our Texas here. That's where like the most conservatives are kind of centralized in Alberta. So, or sorry, Ontario, just maybe by population, but like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba is like pretty conservative area. So I don't know how you'd like carve it up according to like how other U.S. states, if we're trying to compare a province to a U.S. state.
I mean, even if they just make it where it's easier to move, I've never understood this, but it needs to be easier for we have a joint relationship between the United States and Canada. It's been a thing it's withstanding the test of time, right?
Yeah.
It should be really easy to go between the United States and Canada. I mean, it should be a joint partnership. We're both on the same freaking continent. We live next door. We should help each other more often. Of any countries out there we should be helping or working with, Canada is freaking priority number one. They are right above us. If we ever get invaded, we should be helping each other.
For the sheer resources.
Dude, for real. And the first people, like the first people who could respond if anybody ever touched Alaska, well, first of all, they should run from the Alaskan people. But Canada's, the basically the backup for Alaska, because the US is going to be like, hey, it's going to take us to get there. Canada, can you go in and help? That's what's going to happen. So
yeah. No, we actually need to start putting more of our Navy, like having better patrols in the Arctic Circle and through like the Northwest Passage area, because it is criminally under surveilled. And yeah, and since with like ice melt happening earlier and earlier, like those waters are open for a lot of people to just kind of slip in there. So we should be watching our backs up there for sure.
Yeah, I fear for any country that ever attacks Alaska. Canada's probably going to roll up and the entire enemy force is going to be dead. But at least they showed up.
Yeah, we'll show up when it's like we're selective, I guess. We didn't go to Vietnam, but we'd pull up for Alaska.
You know damn well y'all pull up on Alaska and be like, damn, it's already over.
Yeah, true. Like, what's worth saving?
All right, let's keep it pushing, man. All right, man. I'm glad y'all can have a nice little conversation, though.
Focusing on his international courts. We have two of them, the ICJ and the ICC, and we should be helping to make those two UN-based courts work.
Let me ask you briefly about Ukraine. Very interestingly, President Zelensky at the weekend, in an interview with Stuart Ramsey at Sky News, said this.
One alternative, perhaps, again, this is reported from the United States, and it's fairly simple, really, is that Ukraine joins NATO, but Russia takes control and keeps the land that it has to date. Would that be a possibility?
Ніхто не пропонував нам бути в НАТО.
No one has offered us to be in NATO with just one part or another part of Ukraine. That's for once.
Fact.
The fact is that it is a solution to stop the hot stage of the war, because we can just give the NATO membership to the part of Ukraine that is under our control.
Факт. Можна було б, ніхто не пропонував.
Yes, it could be possible, but no one offered.
I mean, what's the difference? Like, you'd be in Ukraine, but honestly, I really do think it's the section that Putin has Ukraine has all their, like, I guess, prime resources. And if they don't got that, then they're not really worth anything to NATO. Like, what do you guys think? Like, why do you think he's pressing that so hard?
I missed the broader point he was making. Sorry, I went out of the room.
So the broad point he was making is that, NATO didn't invite us in as part of Ukraine. Like, no, we need all of Ukraine to come into NATO. So he pretty much saying that NATO didn't invite us as the Ukraine before this Russian conflict, not the Ukraine currently.
Yeah, I don't know. Just maybe as a sheer like money pumper, like for agriculture wise, maybe like I get NATO's a military alliance, but they could still maybe it would just be like more cash incentive for them if they could get money through there. I don't actually know what Ukraine's military was really looking like before I guess 2014 or whatever when Crimea was annexed. So I don't know.
There's a lot of there's a lot of like raw materials and stuff up there in Ukraine. Like I think like lithium is up there and like a lot of other stuff. So like the United Yeah, so the United States, like we don't want Russia to take that because Ukraine is one of like the leading producers in certain materials and stuff that are used in a lot of the world. So that's why the United States is supporting Ukraine with the best they can without actually like physically sending soldiers. But also at the end of the day, there's another reason why they're doing it. So the United States and Russia have a long history of funding countries to weaken each other's armies. And Russia did it to us quite a lot in the Middle East. And I feel like this Ukraine situation is the United States way of saying, hey, Russia, how does it feel like?
Yeah,
you know?
fair. Taste of your own medicine. I mean,
yeah. Because I mean, they did it to us throughout the Middle East. That's where the insurgents and everyone was getting their weapons and shit from, all from Russia. And then
Mujahideen or whatever.
Yeah, and people don't think about that like that. You know, the United States is giving Russia a taste of their own medicine right now. Like,
There's another prime CIA example of Russia was fucking with Afghanistan. CIA gives the Mujahideen millions of dollars worth of equipment and weaponry, And then after they retake Afghanistan, CIA is like, oh shit, we gave them Stinger missiles that can take out our jets. So we got to put billions into retrieving the weapons we left there for these, which would then become the Taliban. So classic CIA moment.
Well, there's also the fact that, the two major terrorists we took out over there, one of them was a CIA agent, like an off the books one, and there's evidence kind of backing it.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
But but I'm still not a fan of how much money we're putting to Ukraine while we're still not helping North Carolina, though.
I mean, that's true. Like the Ukrainian war, that needs to be stopped. Now, the thing with Israel, I hate to say it, but it's the truth. There's nothing we can do, really. I mean,
They're not going to make it stop.
Yeah, like NATO's hands are tied also because they also have quite a bit of influence in other countries' markets, enough to actually damage a country. Like, can't do anything. It is what it is. We kind of just have to let it happen because, the benefit of the masses versus the few. A Great Depression would fucking cripple America. Well, let's back Israel.
Interesting.
Oh, dang. All right, then. All right, let's keep it going, guys.
What struck me as most interesting about that, when I interviewed Zelensky 2 years ago in Kyiv, he was never, he said, prepared to even concede an inch of territory to Russia. It seemed that there was a real change in tone in his response to that question at the weekend. Did you detect that, and what does it all mean?
Well, it doesn't mean very much because it puts everything upside down in terms of the real understanding of Ukraine and the war. The war is because of NATO enlargement. Again, we've talked about this, but this goes back 30 years. It goes back to a very bad idea of Zbig Brzezinski, who wrote and described all of this in detail in a book in 1997 called The Grand Chessboard, that we will expand NATO and Russia will have no alternative but to accede to that. And all the top diplomats said, no, this is a provocation. This will be war. And Brzezinski analyzes, of course, wrongly, but he analyzes in detail in one of the chapters of the book that Russia has no choice. It will never side with China, will never side with Iran, and blah, 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 blah. Gets everything wrong. But in any event, this has been a war of NATO enlargement. Russia does not want NATO on its border, especially with the United States out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty, which it unilaterally abandoned in 2002, out of the intermediate nuclear force treaty, which the United States unilaterally abandoned in 2019. Russia does not want NATO on its border. It does not want U.S. missile systems on its border. This is the basic point. The same reason why the United States invaded Cuba in 1960 and why we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, 61, excuse me, and the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. They didn't want the Soviet Union anywhere close to the United States. And if we just had a little bit of sense, Piers, we would understand this, and this war never would have taken place in this territory, never would even be in question, because Russia wasn't claiming the Donbass. It was claiming keep NATO away. And then under the Minsk agreement was, well, give them autonomy. Yes, it's Ukrainian, but let the Russian ethnic speakers be safe and have their own language, be able to speak Russian. So this is not about territory. And we continue to believe it is, because Boris Johnson and Joe Biden and Jake Sullivan know what this is about. And as Boris Johnson keeps saying, this is about the preservation of Western hegemony, for God's sake. Well, yeah, if you're going to have that, we're going to have perpetual war. This is what this is about. It's about, does the United States have the right to put its military bases and its missile systems right up against Russia's border? Russia says no. The United States says yes. Article 10 of NATO says yes, it's none of Russia's business, and therefore we're at war. Zelensky either is, I don't know what, but this is completely irrelevant, this discussion. But what is being floated.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, bro, it's irrelevant to the fact that, oh, we're not all Ukraine. No, bro. It don't matter. It really don't. Like, that's what kind of threw me off about him mentioning that and getting so mad. I was just like, bro, it kind of don't matter. To be at the end of the day, this war needs to stop. You're still losing it. And let's be real, it's best you end it now, because it could be in a situation where you don't even have that part of Ukraine to give.
Is the U.S. plan. The U.S. plan is, yeah, we get NATO. Okay, you keep the Donbass, but we get NATO. It's not going to work. It is absolutely not going to work. It's just the U.S. and U.K. talking to themselves, not really admitting what this war is about fundamentally.
So how does it end?
It ends the day that Trump picks up the phone and says, President Putin, that whole idea of NATO enlargement was a terrible idea. Let's make Ukraine neutral. We'll keep the space between us, and the rest is details, frankly. That's how it ends. And if Trump is clever enough to understand that, because half his aides know it, the other half say exactly the opposite. But if Trump is clever enough to know that, the war is going to end right away.
And how do you think Israel-Hamas war ends?
I hope that the whole world finally says, Israel, you have no right to veto a Palestinian state, and the U.S. drops its veto in the UN Security Council because it's the last holdout, and we vote that a state of Palestine exists on the borders of the 4th of June, 1967, and I have met with leaders all across the Middle East and all throughout the Islamic world, and they're ready to have normal, peaceful relations with Israel to stop the belligerencies, to stop arming Hezbollah and Hamas, if there is a state of Palestine as a sovereign state on the borders of the 4th of June, 1967, and with capital in East Jerusalem. And that's what I wholeheartedly support.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, we've run out of time. I could talk to you for hours. I hope you come back again. I've got to say, even though I don't always agree with your interpretation of things, I always learn a lot of stuff when I talk to you. I find it fascinating. So thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Great.
Yeah, he definitely New York, I promise you. That's exactly how it sounds every second of the day. But all right, though, let's get into this conspiracy hour. Man, let's go ahead and continue to have a good stream, guys. Hope y'all enjoying. Make sure
Paul Benowitz lived next to a large Air Force base. When he saw colored lights in the sky, he assumed they were experimental aircraft. Then he started picking up strange radio signals that seemed to be an alien language. He took his findings to the Air Force. Publicly, they denied the UFO alien story. But privately, they confirmed Paul's findings. The Air Force even funded his UFO research. He spent several years gathering evidence and reporting it to the authorities. Then, he ended up in a mental institution. Let's find out why. In 1969, while pursuing his PhD in physics, Paul Benowitz started a successful electronics company in New Mexico called Thunder Scientific.
No, that's a pretty badass name for a company.
It is.
Thunder. Ooh, 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 thunder. Ooh, 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 thunder. Ooh. AC/DC.
I know who it is. Paul Benowitz's primary clients were the Air Force and NASA. He did so much business with the Air Force that he actually bought a home and established a lab right next to Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque. Now, Kirtland is a big facility. It's one of the largest Air Force installations in the country. It has science labs, weapons testing areas, observatories, and huge storage facilities for nuclear weapons. From the second floor deck of his house, Paul frequently saw strange colored lights in the sky around the Air Force Base, lights that were moving too fast to be aircraft. Now, Paul documented and filmed everything he saw. Then Paul Benowitz had an idea. He was an engineer, a physicist, and an expert in electronics. So he set up his radio equipment and detected transmissions on a frequency.
And if you ever do see a UFO,
in the
go on about your life, okay? Just try to go on about your life. It does seem like if you do see one, you get caught up, you get turned radical, and then you ruin your life. So if you do see one, fuck it. Good for you. Just mosey along.
Gigahertz range, much higher than the military used at that time. As a pilot and military contractor, Paul Benowitz knew what Air Force signals sounded like. But this was something very different. He analyzed these signals and realized they were data bursts, and in the data were messages.
But the Air Force has said time and time again, and this is a quote from Richard Horner, Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Research and Development. All but a small percentage of these reports of unidentified flying objects have been definitely attributed to natural phenomena that are neither mysterious nor dire, end quote. What about that?
I'll answer that, but I'd like to make several points doing it. In 1947, the Air Technical Intelligence Center at Dayton, the top Air Force intelligence men and scientists under contract, sent a secret document to the commanding general of the Air Force saying that whatever these things were, they were real. In 1948, ATIC, the same group, sent a top secret estimate to the commanding general, Hoyt Vandenberg, said these were interplanetary spaceships. In 1952, there was an intelligence analysis of the maneuvers of these things, as seen by radar, triangulation, radar photographs, and in 53, the Central Intelligence Agency and the Air Force had a special panel of scientists meet at the Pentagon to tell them what to do. And after they got through, this group said, you don't have proof that these things exist, not scientific proof, but you have a very strong circumstantial case. We suggest you quadruple the investigation, set up special observation posts, in the meantime, release everything you've got to the American people. And they have been spending a lot of money investigating flying saucers. If they don't exist, why the money? Why did the intelligence teams rush out every time there's a sighting?
The data bursts Paul Benowitz received had noticeable patterns. Now, Paul couldn't make sense of the data manually, but he did have access to an early home computer. And using an operating system and software he wrote himself, he fed the alien broadcast to the computer. At first, the messages were nonsense. So Paul deployed a very old but effective cryptoanalyst trick, context. He told his program to assume that the messages would have words like ship, base, air, water, and time. That worked.
Yeah, but how do you learn to speak alien so you can translate it into English?
Good question. You don't. You use the computer to put everything in context. For example, let's say we knew the transmission had something to do with making coffee. You tell the computer the context. You have it look for patterns that coincide with beans, water, sugar, milk, and so on. And once you have the main patterns, you can expand to phrases used less frequently, like grind, brew, and drink. Eventually, you have a pretty good syntax. You don't know what the exact words are, but you do know what they mean. Paul's first translations were almost meaningless, but he kept at it and eventually had a general idea of what the messages were saying. His translation wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to give him an idea of what the aliens wanted and why they were here. Then he did something I'd consider ill-advised. Using the language he decoded, he sent his own message on that same frequency. And shortly after that, he received a reply. This was the first message Paul decoded.
Round. Women of Earth are needed. Flexible the next discharges. Our ship. Oh, women, do not command the North among us. You have many friends. Water very short. Resist all attempts at alteration. Listen, Orange, make peace.
Sounds peaceful enough, though women of Earth are needed is kind of ominous. Here's the next message.
Victory. Our bases obtain supplies from the Starship metal. Time is yanked. Message hit star. Using rejuvenation methods got us in trouble. 6 Sky we realized tell you all might help you.
All your base up belong to us.
It does kind of sound like that. And there are lots of these messages. This one is interesting.
Take vast portion universe against our aggression. The number of our crashed saucers is 8. Nerve you we realize tell the truth. Jump opposite. Alien forces mean no help to you. Metal we come invisible. Keeping change we will not join sides with anyone, but our race is dying on the home planet.
Paul Benowitz now had the first two-way communication with an alien civilization. He suspected that they were not here for good reasons, so he used this communication to try and learn their intentions and hopefully find vulnerabilities. Through many messages back and forth, Paul did learn the aliens' intentions. They weren't good. Paul Benowitz learned that the aliens' homeworld was dying and there were multiple alien races on Earth. Many of them looked like the typical gray alien with large eyes. But there's also a race of Homo sapien aliens that look just like us, but better looking.
Valiant Thor!
Exactly. Link below. Now, at this point, Paul Benowitz was convinced an invasion was imminent and people had to be warned. He prepared a dossier of his theory and findings and went to the Air Force. Paul was a veteran and trusted military contractor, so he was granted a meeting. Benowitz was adamant that Americans be warned right away so they could prepare and defend themselves.
They thought he was a nutcase, didn't they?
Nope. The government took him very seriously. The base commander brought in the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, or OSI, to review Paul's work, and they were impressed. Agent Richard Doty was assigned to Paul's case. Doty visited Paul's house and reviewed all the film, radio equipment, and everything that Paul was using to document and communicate with the aliens. The Air Force agreed to fund Paul's research as long as he delivered his findings directly to them, and he agreed. Paul Benowitz went to work. With the help of the Air Force, and specifically Agent Richard Doty, Paul was convinced he could gather enough intel to defeat the aliens and save the human race.
You believe, in part, that the movies E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, were not entirely just the creative products of some Hollywood director, that maybe there's more to that. Why don't you explain?
They were carefully guided by representatives from MJ12, who is this organization that is in charge of the cover-up, in order to get us ready for the release of the information that there are indeed aliens. And in both those movies, they used small little creatures and in order to get us ready for this release of information.
So to prepare us that the idea of benevolent aliens from outer space are going to help us out.
Unfortunately, they're not so benevolent. So they made probably one of the most disastrous mistakes when E.T. was put out. At that time was before we discovered what I call the double cross or the grand deception. And they were trying to get us used to the benevolent little creatures, but that isn't the case.
In the late 1970s and early 80s, Bill Moore was a rising star in the UFO community. In 1980, he released a book called The Roswell Incident. Until Moore came along, nobody really knew much about Roswell or cared about it. But Moore's book would bring Roswell back into the public eye. And almost all the details we know about the Roswell UFO crash come from his book. When Bill Moore asked Paul Benowitz if they could meet, of course Paul said yes. The two men became friends and met every few months for the next year. And during that year, Paul complained that he sent a tremendous amount of data to the Air Force every week and nothing was coming of it. And then in 1981, Bill Moore gave Paul Benowitz a secret government file called Project Aquarius, dated a year earlier. When Paul read the document, he couldn't believe it. The 7602 Air Force Intelligence Group was analyzing all of Paul's data, but never told him. This was proof that the Air Force was taking him seriously. But why lie to him about it? Then Bill Moore said very carefully and very quietly, Paul, you'd better be very careful with what you do with this. Use it for your own research, but otherwise just sit on it. Now, the last paragraph of the Aquarius document is this.
The official U.S. government policy and results of Project Aquarius is still classified top secret, with no dissemination outside official intelligence channels and with restricted access to MG-12. Case on Benowitz is being monitored by NASA/INES, who request all future evidence be forwarded to them through AFOSI/IVOD because of a chance of public exposure.
Oh, did that thing just mention MJ-12?
Yep. Bill Moore and Paul Benowitz had no idea what this was. This was the first time Majestic 12 appeared in a document. And if you want a full episode on Majestic 12, email me or let me know in the comments. But in short, Majestic 12 is a group of 12 people who control the flow of information, all the information about UFOs. Every sighting, investigation, and even the slightest mention of a UFO, Majestic 12 is notified, and only Majestic 12 could decide how to proceed. Now, Paul, being a pilot, started doing flyovers of where he thought the underground base was, Archuleta Mesa near Dulce, New Mexico. He took pictures of domes, vents going underground, and saw huge towers. And he put all the photos in his reports. And this would continue for several years. But then something scary happened. In monitoring the alien transmissions, it appeared that there was a relationship or agreement between the aliens and the United States government. But that relationship broke down. On Paul's next flight, he saw scorched patches of ground, flattened trees, and even downed aircraft. It was as if a battle had taken place over Dulce. Now, if America was to win a war with the aliens, it would need a new weapon and a strategy. Fortunately, Paul Benowitz had both.
The United States Army presents The Big Picture, an official report produced for the armed forces and the American people.
Fantasy? Not at all. What you see on the screen at this moment, and will see in greater detail a bit later in this film, is a glimpse of the United States Army in the years that lie just ahead of us. This is a report on the Army's effort to prepare for the challenges of that future. It is a report on the Army's effort to achieve a sharper sword and stronger shield with which it can do its assigned part in preserving the peace, or if necessary, defending the nation and the free world against whatever enemy might rise against it.
Using the huge amounts of information he intercepted from the alien transmissions, Paul Benowitz created a document called Project Beta. Project Beta included the alien takeover plan, and a strategy to defeat them, and a weapon we can use against them. He even built a working prototype of this energy weapon. Project Beta said that the aliens have abducted, conservatively, 300,000 Americans, and they have all been implanted with devices and returned to the general population. And these implants turned every human into a walking camera and microphone. And the implants could be used to create false memories, seize control of the mind, or even switch the brain off altogether. And experiments were being done in the base under Dulce. Horrific genetic experiments like splicing alien DNA with humans. And Paul Benowitz sent Project Beta to his senators and other elected officials, even to the President of the United States. The only reply he got was a standard form letter that said Project Blue Book has been closed and the Air Force no longer investigates UFOs. Paul knew this was a lie. He had the Project Aquarius document that proved it. The only thing that made sense was that the government was compromised. It could be that senior military officials, politicians, and even the president himself could have been implanted. And over the next couple of years, Paul Benowitz became more and more frustrated and paranoid. When Bill Moore and Richard Doty paid him a visit to check on his mental state, it wasn't good. Paul kept knives and guns all over the house. He insisted that he was being watched and followed all the time. He lost so much weight that he looked ill, and he was smoking a full pack of cigarettes every hour. He said the aliens were coming into his house at night, injecting him with something that made him drive out into the desert. Then he'd be back home with no recollection of what happened. Both Bill Moore and Richard Doty said they saw needle marks on his arm. By now, Bill Moore, Richard Doty, and all Paul's friends were telling him to stop, to leave it alone. Paul's family begged him to stop. They wanted him to destroy all the equipment and go back to focusing on his business. But Paul wouldn't do it. His research was too important. Paul's mental health continued to decline. He didn't trust anyone around him. He thought his wife had an alien implant. His children had to take over his business. He became so paranoid that one day he barricaded himself in his house and covered every door and window with sandbags. His family had seen enough. They committed Paul to a psychiatric facility. And after multiple hospitalizations, Paul Benowitz died in 2003 at the age of 75. He spent the last 25 years of his life paranoid, obsessed, and in mental agony because he could not get anyone to believe what he knew about the aliens. Even with all the evidence, it literally drove him insane. But what's really sad is none of it was necessary, because the entire story about the aliens, the secret base, the transmissions, the genetic experiments, the abductions, the plot to take over the world, all of it was a lie. It was all a made-up story fed to him by Richard Doty and the United States government.
Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
The Air Force Office of Special Investigation, or OSI, has a couple of purposes. One of those is counterintelligence. A common technique of counterintelligence is disinformation. When Paul Benowitz intercepted signals from Kirtland Air Base, he didn't really think they were aliens, not at first. He was concerned that if he could detect transmissions from the base, then anyone could, including Soviet spies. And after reviewing Paul's equipment and research in detail, the Air Force realized that Paul was right. The signals were coming from the base and were vulnerable. That's a problem. When the Air Force reviewed Paul's photos and film, The objects that seemed to be UFOs were actually secret experimental aircraft. That's another problem. Rather than tell Paul Benowitz the truth, which according to the Air Force would compromise security, Special Agent Richard Doty was given an assignment. Feed Paul Benowitz information to lead him to believe that he had discovered a hostile alien presence.
Why not just tell him to back off?
Because the Air Force didn't know who Paul's friends were. If Paul was compromised by a Soviet agent, the Soviets would know there were secret projects happening on the base, so the Air Force would go a different way. Now, at first, this was just a simple nod from Doty.
All I had to do was say, well, you know what, Paul? Maybe what you did see was UFOs.
So nothing very specific. Right. But over time, the lies Doty told Paul became more detailed. And other guys.
But all right, man, for the first time, I ain't heard this man at all, but he's been a proud supporter of S.E.T Media, man. Hellbat, man, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Hellbat, how you doing?
Hey, Hellbat.
What's up?
Hey, Hellbat.
Hey,
What's
man.
up?
Do you believe in aliens?
Honestly, it's a rabbit hole and a half, but I mean, yeah, I'd say I would.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, man. So what you think about this whole because I do want to get your thoughts on what we've been going over lately. So what do you think about this whole Ukrainian war situation?
For the most part, I just think that pretty much with how things keep playing out, with how sort of like how Ukraine is trying to go into NATO, Russia saying stop expanding NATO, and then all this other congested bullshit that's another rabbit hole all in itself, in a sense, is practically just leading to conflict after conflict. And if there ain't no derailment from it, then just going to continue ending up the same way with the war.
All right, shoot. But shoot, man. Anything else? Anything y'all wanted to talk about real quick?
Actually, while you guys and like whoever was in here with Dave debating on him about like these gun laws and stuff, the very first instance someone brought up like the republic and stuff like that. First of all, a republic is by the people, for the people. A government made by the people, for the people. And a democracy is the ability to vote for who you put in power. Two different things that coincide with one another. It's like calling a banana yellow, but you can't say yellow is banana.
Yeah, because honestly, yeah, my stance on it, I do agree. Like when it comes to the Second Amendment, that's just one amendment we just can't touch, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah. Not at all.
I'd say something I'd say is stop trying to confuse everyone because of the fact that it was made way back when. Like some people keep saying the right to bear arms, oh, that only goes to the black powder rifle. Stop saying that, because those people were in a time where technology was rapidly evolving. And in a sense, they were seeing how things were evolving, so they made it vague just for the fact that they knew shit was going to evolve.
Yeah, there's even documents proving this. Like, there were statements by people at the time who signed all that stuff that literally state the reason why they worded the Second Amendment that they did is so that in the future the government can't try to limit the people's power and access to firearms. And they did that on purpose. I mean, back then, like what won us the country was like literally privately owned navies, privately owned militaries, you know, people who owned cannons, guns, all that kind of stuff. And
Well,
they knew this.
and the French helped us or helped the U.S. out a bunch.
Yep.
Hey, fun fact. Did you know Coca-Cola had one of the largest navies back then?
Yes.
The Coke Navy? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Bro. Like
Coca-Cola and Pepsi had two of the largest navies within the world at some point.
That's
So it's a legitimate soda war.
Yep. Privately
That's
owned militaries, man, and
a beverage company owning a privately owned military. Like, really?
Yep.
So in a sense, it was to a point to where they weren't getting paid in cash; they were getting paid in like Navy vehicles, like submarines or stuff like boats and stuff along that line. That's how they were getting paid at one point.
Interesting.
And just a quick derailment. If you go back to the Revolutionary War, how do you think the Redcoats tried to limit the access to weaponry for the militias? They didn't attack the guns right off the bat. First of all, they tried that. It got rejected in the sense of everyone just bootlegged their own guns in, so that couldn't stop them. So instead, they focused on the ammunition. Why do you think that people were melting down children's toys that was made of metal to make their own ammunition?
Interesting.
Oh, man. Shout out Don's, man, for the history lesson. But all right, wait, anybody else had anything to say?
Yeah, I'll take the Chris Rock approach. If you can't legislate guns in any meaningful way without infringing on the Second Amendment, just make bullets like $50,000. Make you double really think about who you want to shoot before you shoot them.
I mean, they kind of do that with
I mean, in that
automatic.
sense, that's just going back to the Revolutionary War. Like that's how they try to control the militias, right there,
I know it's a Chris Rock.
and they made their own bullets.
Well, that's why we need the Second Amendment to stay.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever going anywhere.
Yeah, we can agree to that. We can all agree to that. Second Amendment stand. All right, let's keep it going with the conspiracy hour, guys. Now, unless you guys will have any recommendations, let's keep it going.
If I can,
yes,
I would just like to say I appreciate all of this stuff because of the fact there's a lot of sources out there that just straight up lie. You want to talk about shit that always wants to lie. Like I know there's been times where I've been wrong on here. I've super chatted in. You go into further details, like, all right. So you convinced me of several different things. I can't tell you exactly what off the top of my head.
Hey man,
but you actually do deep dives, and I appreciate it.
Me?
Hey man, we try our best. We try our best.
Everyone here.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think that's the point of these is just accountability on info. You know.
Yeah, holding each other accountable. Like, all right, hold on, man. If I say something and let's say Don say, hold on, man, I heard something different, I got shared, then yeah, I'm gonna open up the platform. I'm not gonna be like, nah, we gotta stick with my narrative.
Listen, it's getting way too real in here. Okay, I'm gonna call the FCC now.
Don's is just the human Google. At least that's what I feel like I am half the time.
Man.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
On your Gmail, is that video that I gave you earlier? Is that able to play or not?
Oh, actually, let me see here. Most likely, let me see. I think it was your last email. Which one? I believe the one you sent like 3 days ago.
Oh, no.
No. If you could resend it, I can check that for you.
All right, I'll resend it.
All right, appreciate you, Seth.
All right. And one more thing, the thing between the FBI and the CIA stuff that you guys were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to say, CIA is for external, so going off to places like Russia, Japan, all the other foreign lands. FBI was specifically meant to investigate into the U.S. in a sense. And when Trump went into office, he saw how stupid shit was over there. for lack of French. But in a sense, that's the reason why he went to his own private investigators, because they were able to get shit done more effectively. And in a sense, we can also go to 9/11. In a sense, that was a disagreement between FBI and CIA because they were both too stubborn to admit to cross-reference their information based on that. So in a sense, that right now they have a central area in which they gather the information now, but before 9/11, that wasn't a thing. And even then, I would worry about there being only one centralized point of information, because I don't know how much they're able to
Yeah, that was
cover
one of the
up or classify or all this shit with. If it's one central, then it's easily corrupt, just as like how people in office are right now, was constantly saying, sort of like how the transgender issue is right now. The only reason why it's conflated to how much it has been is because one side keeps propping it up as like a mass issue for trans people, while a lot of people say, I don't mind you being trans, just stay the fuck away from the children, stop trying to infringe on women's or men's rights, or however you want to put it at this point.
Yeah.
I got a quick question, if that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I know Trump has put in his new appointee for the FBI, and he says he's gonna like overhaul the system, which I'm assuming a lot of people want, and then maybe abolishing the CIA, or like we still have the NSA. So, should we get rid of the CIA, keep the NSA, get rid of the NSA and the CIA? Like, how are people feeling about that? Because the NSA is like huge.
I think that's where Doge comes into play. I think that's where they
Yeah.
come into
Yeah.
play, trying to see where the money's being wasted with it. And it's honestly, the whole thing should be thrown away. I mean, the whole organization set up to spy on us is crazy. So the whole thing should be gone. And then
Right.
they should also cut another department. As far as the CIA goes, I mean,
So more like just kind of more blanket reform and kind of overhaul for all of them.
yeah,
All
like
right, no,
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah,
yeah, like people say dismantle, but I rather say restaff.
yeah, that's fair.
Right.
All right. Well, I got to go back in.
All right, man.
I'll catch you guys later.
All right, man.
At some point on a weekend, if you guys doing a call-in show, I'm most likely will end up appearing, but it will see.
Hey, man. Appreciate you, man. We always appreciate you when you pull up, man. Have a good one.
I
Dog.
will continue lurking in the chats.
Appreciate you, man.
I will say we can't get rid of all the government organizations or even really get rid of them, because the FBI does serve a purpose outside of spying on the American people. But
like the idea of these organizations are useful. It's just that we just failed on the ideals of these organizations that we set up.
oh yeah, we just need to get rid of everyone there that's a problem child and replace them with better people. That's what needs to happen, because I mean, the FBI's job really is to investigate into crimes and investigate into possible crimes. The FBI is one of the leading people that prevents, domestic terrorism. So they do serve a purpose, but they also spy on the American people, and
It's
that
the
needs to
it's the
stop.
bureaucracy of all these things. They're just so inflated. It's you could have a whole department that is kind of like almost black ops or blacklisted for specific maybe regions of the country to surveil or whatever. It's fucked.
Yeah, spying on us is ridiculous, but watching the internet for posts on social media and like different flags that suggest someone would do something or is planning to do something bad, the FBI does that, and it works very well preventing, domestic terrorism and that stuff. So keep doing that, FBI, but don't spy on people. You can spy on their social media accounts; those are public.
Yeah,
but don't spy on people outside of that when it's not legal.
of course. So repeal the Patriot Act.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Let's get Trump to repeal the Patriot Act. I can support Trump if he does that.
All right then, shoot. We can. Hey, damn it, Leo. We're finally turning just a little by little.
Well, I don't think he would ever repeal the Patriot Act, but let's just, for argument's sake, if he did, I'd give him a pat on the back.
I mean, he might, because I feel like the Patriot Act was kind of some of the stuff that was abused to, go after him politically. So he might.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see him still using it though for if he really does undergo this mass deportation effort. I could see him keeping it because he can then still surveil on maybe family members or whatever to get at some illegal immigrants or whatever. So I don't know. It remains to be seen. But you make a point. He might just get rid of it out of spite.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shoot, I'm glad y'all would have a conversation. Shoot, let's get it going.
Government agencies got in on the action. At some point, Paul was sure he was being watched from the vacant house across the street. It was easy to say this was Paul's paranoia and not take him seriously. But Paul was right. The National Security Agency was surveilling him from that house. And to make things even worse, the alien transmissions that Paul decoded, they were actually sent from the NSA. The NSA also swapped out Paul's computer to ensure that he would decode the messages the way they wanted him to see them. It was all fake, and Paul Benowitz ate it up and suffered because of it. Paul was a victim of the government's counterintelligence plan, but he wasn't the only one.
Look, we've established in history and documents through the Freedom of Information Act, the CIA and the military complex as a whole has really aimed to essentially mislead the public when it comes to UFOs. Tell them something that necessarily is not the truth. We've seen it time and time again through the decades, over and over and over.
When author Bill Moore's celebrity within the UFO community was at its peak, he was contacted by someone in government intelligence. We now know that was Richard Doty. Doty offered Bill Moore a deal. Moore would receive government documents on UFOs and learn what the government was hiding. But in exchange, he would disseminate Doty's fake UFO stories and report on people within the UFO community. Doty wanted to know who the UFO enthusiasts were and what they knew. The fear was that if Paul Benowitz could intercept secret military data, then other people could. Now, it's never been confirmed, but it's believed that during this time, the United States was building and testing either stealth or drone technology at Kirtland Air Base. This was information that absolutely could not fall into an enemy's hands. So this is how Paul Benowitz came to know Bill Moore. It was a setup. Moore was given the Aquarius document and instructed to give it to Paul. But here's where the counter-intel campaign starts to get sloppy. Bill Moore had seen the Aquarius document. Of course, he was fascinated by it. And at that time, Moore thought the information and documents he was getting were legitimate. But when Moore was given the Aquarius document to forward to Paul Benowitz, it was different. Details were changed. Doty brushed off Moore's concerns. He said the document was sanitized and redacted for security reasons. Moore didn't believe it. Obviously, the plan was to get Paul to go public with the Aquarius document. Then the government steps in to discredit him. This meant Moore was now specifically being asked to lie to a fellow UFO researcher on behalf of the US government, a man he considered a friend, and help the government destroy his friend's reputation. Moore was conflicted, so he didn't do anything, not for months. Then Doty told him, deliver the document or never hear from me again. So Moore did as he was told and delivered the fraudulent Project Aquarius document. But trying to protect him, he begged Paul to never speak of it. So Special Agent Doty had Paul Benowitz covered on the Kirtland Air Base side, but he still needed to address the issue of underground bases near Dulce that Paul was convinced he saw. So Doty and the OSI put props all around the area. They set up domes and air vents and even what looked like alien craft. They littered the mountain with the stuff. The OSI had helicopters painted black and flew them at locations and times where Paul was sure to see them. And Paul believed it all. When you consider all the time and trouble and expense that went into deceiving Paul Benowitz, you have to ask, who ordered this and why? Was it just to discredit one UFO guy? No. Richard Doty's actual goal was to infiltrate the UFO community and flood that community with as much disinformation as possible. Then the government could observe the results of that campaign, identify possible security risks, and if necessary, neutralize them. But all of this would eventually unravel and the truth would be revealed. The Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON, holds a convention every year. In 1989, Bill Moore was a speaker at that convention, and during his talk, he admitted that the US government had been actively spreading lies about UFOs for years, and he knew this because he was helping them to do it.
And it was Richard Doty, then with AFOSI at Kirtland Air Force Base, who soon came into play as the middleman in that process. Shortly thereafter, it became apparent to me that my supplying information to the government through Doty on the activities of Paul Benowitz, APRO, and to a lesser extent several other individuals was to be a part of this equation. I also discovered that whatever it was that Benowitz was involved with, he was the subject of considerable interest on the part of not one, but several government agencies, and that they were actively trying to defuse him by pumping as much disinformation through him as he could possibly absorb.
He was practically booed off the stage.
Frankly, I'm a little ashamed of some people in this audience, regardless of what you believe, what you hear, or not.
It was really hard for these people to learn that everything they believed regarding UFOs was a lie. And this confession ended Bill Moore's career in UFO research. Bill Moore said that he was one of several high-profile UFO personalities who had made deals with Doty, though he never revealed the names. He also said Doty was feeding disinformation to tabloids like the National Enquirer and to journalists like Linda Moulton Howe. The disinformation campaign developed by the Air Force OSI and executed by Agent Richard Doty was a success. There were now so many wild stories circulating about UFOs that it was impossible for actual earnest research to cut through the noise. Another goal of the campaign was to marginalize believers, make it so mainstream scientists and politicians and reporters would never publicly admit to believing in UFOs. The stories were too crazy. The only people publicly discussing UFOs were what you'd call fringe conspiracy nuts. This is exactly what the government wanted. But here's the thing. The key to a successful disinformation campaign is staying as close to the truth as possible. So of all the crazy UFO information that Richard Doty spread, how much of it is true? Well, according to Richard Doty himself, almost all of it.
I'm Richard Doty. I was assigned as a special agent with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations at Kirtland Air Force Base. I was a counterintelligence officer at the base, and one of my jobs was to conduct counterintelligence operations at the base. And during my time there, my first few months there, I was briefed into a special access program involving the U.S. government's investigation and contacts with extraterrestrial, the visitation of these extraterrestrials to Earth. I was running into the project in the summer of 1979, and the briefing was it was a special access program. They have a special security clearance to have access to it, and it was briefed. I was briefed into it by an Air Force colonel from Washington who came down and briefed myself and a couple other people into this program. They showed us the movie. They actually showed us, I believe, a 16 millimeter movie on the recovery. It was obviously the movie was classified, highly classified. The narrator in the movie detailed when the crash occurred, approximately when the crash occurred in the latter part of June of 1947, and the recovery, showing military personnel at the recovery site, recovering the bodies at the site, and the craft that was at that site.
The story of Air Force OSI agent Richard Doty is a complicated one. And because he worked in military intelligence, it's not easy to find information. After the Paul Benowitz affair, he stayed in the Air Force, but left the Office of Special Investigation. He said some of his superiors saw his actions as unauthorized, so he was asked to leave, which he did voluntarily. And there's nothing in his military record to indicate he's not telling the truth. And after he left the service in 1988, his life gets confusing. He became a New Mexico state policeman, eventually retiring from that position. But something changed in him. He became a UFO believer. Doty continues to show up in interviews, in documentaries. He even goes to UFO conventions. In the early 1980s, Richard Doty did more damage to UFO research than any single person ever had. But as recently as a few years ago, he's a guest speaker at UFO conventions. He claims 80% of the information circulating about UFOs is real. He claims the Roswell crash happened. He claims the US government did recover a spacecraft, did recover alien bodies, and even had a live alien at Los Alamos for a few years. That alien, by the way, liked Tibetan music and strawberry ice cream.
Hold on. Did you just say aliens like strawberry ice cream?
Yup.
I'll take sentences I thought I'd never hear for 200, Alex.
Doty said when he was briefed into OSI, he was shown a film with clips from the late 40s and early 50s that showed all these things were true. But can we trust him?
The craft it was more or less an oval or egg-shaped craft. It wasn't saucer-shaped. But the creatures were approximately 4 foot. They had didn't appear to have any ears. The fingers had no thumbs, just four fingers. Suction devices on their tips of their fingers. And they found a number of different objects in the craft that they used, that they experimented with and found. They had a piece of, they thought was plexiglass. It was a rectangular piece of plexiglass that they kept for years before they figured out it was the energy device for the craft.
If you follow Richard Doty's interviews through the years, you'll notice the details aren't consistent. Now, maybe that's just a product of getting older. But what about his job history? He worked for the Air Force, specifically spreading lies about UFOs. Then he became a policeman. He talks about these things easily. But I've never seen him mention that he spent 10 years as a contractor for Hal Puthoff. I won't go into detail about Puthoff here, but for those who don't know, he's the founder of To the Stars, a private venture that investigates UFOs. Fine. Who else is on the board of To the Stars? Well, there's Christopher Mellon of the Mellon family. And when not enjoying life as a billionaire, Chris worked for the CIA and the Department of Defense. Who else? Steve Justice, former director of advanced systems development at Lockheed Martin, the infamous Skunk Works division. He's led many secret military projects, but good luck finding information on him. Then you have Luis Elizondo, a former intelligence officer who ran the secret government project ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. ATIP was essentially a continuation of Project Blue Book, a military program to investigate UFOs. The government denied ATIP's existence until the New York Times exposed it. This private company that says they are bringing UFOs mainstream sure has a lot of senior people from the American intelligence apparatus, and they hire people like Richard Doty, foot soldiers of that apparatus. Have all these people had changes of heart? They spent their entire careers executing covert operations against American citizens and spreading lies to people who simply want the truth. But that was then, they say. You can trust us now. The New York Times exposed secret government programs related to UFOs. The Navy has released footage of pilots tracking UFOs. But how much more do we really know? The government recently released an enormous amount of documents pertaining to UFOs. Congress had a public hearing about UFOs. How much more do we really know? Not much. Was Richard Doty lying then? Is he lying now? Who knows? Because of a decades-long government-sponsored disinformation campaign, a campaign that I believe is still happening, we don't know what to believe. But that was the point all along. The government has thousands of square miles of land in the middle of nowhere, but it flies secret aircraft right near Paul Bennewitz's house in Albuquerque. Paul Bennewitz didn't receive any mysterious signals until after Agent Doty inspected and photographed the equipment he was using. Then suddenly the NSA shows up and beams alien messages into Paul's house. These are not coincidences. The Air Force put out irresistible bait, and Paul Bennewitz, Bill Moore, and countless others swallowed it. They are victims. We all are. Victims of our own government, our military, our law enforcement, our elected officials. All of them solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution and protect the United States of America from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. But who are they really swearing to protect? Not all of us, because that oath doesn't seem to apply to the individual American citizen. No matter how honest you are, how loyal, how patriotic, or how many years you spent serving your country, if you interfere even slightly with the government's agenda, your own government will dedicate a tremendous amount of resources to destroy your reputation, your finances, your career, and if it can, your sanity, and call it a success. Your government will take away all that you hold dear in the name of the greater good. How many lives have been sacrificed at the holy altar of protecting national security? How many victims? Isn't it time we demanded an answer? Well, don't do it, because otherwise the next victim is you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files.
Right, man. All right, man. We're going to go ahead and end it on here, man. But we're going to go ahead and hop over to the Discord for the members, man. We're going to go ahead and have a conversation on there, guys. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. This is Set with Saint Media. Don't worry. I will catch y'all tomorrow. Peace. We out.